worked out well for you. And as I said to one of the administrators here, it's not only what you learn here, but it's the people around your table. So don't be afraid to ask questions. There's lots of experience in the room, and whether that's a mayor or a reeve or a counselor. So not a problem there at all. I'd ask, first of all, here for anybody with cell phones to please turn them off. Your washrooms are down there. There's going to be coffee, tea. That's out here for you all day for those that are here. Also, the My Sama and Sama View, those displays will be on at coffee or over lunch. So you're welcome to go there then and take a look at them. What do we got here? We're going to look here. Here's our agenda for today. No major changes there except under the assessment jurisdiction updates. The City of Prince Albert's in a transition, and so is the City of Swift Current, so there won't be reports from there, but Kalinda will be reporting from Regina and Bryce from the City of Saskatoon, so we certainly do appreciate that. Also, should remind you that for resolutions, if there is an emergent resolution, you have to come to one of the board members prior to noon today, and then we will discuss that and bring it forward, and those resolutions come at 3 o'clock. Slido is there if you want to go on to that. Also, I think the password for, yes, the password, I guess I have it down here. The password for the Prairieland is also on there. For any of you online, the only way you can communicate with us is through Slido. You're just viewing this only, so if you want to load that, you can send your questions in. We'll ask them. You can also respond to that. So, you know, when I look at that and I see the passwords, I'm always a big fond of I like entrepreneurs and I like new ideas. And I'm reminded of a story of a guy that walked into a bar and he said, "Can I use your Wi-Fi?" And the guy said, "Yeah, go ahead." "What's the password?" He said, "You need to buy a drink first." He said, "All right, rum and Coke." "All right, $8. Hands it to him. He said, "What's the password?" He said, "You need to buy a drink first. Small case, no spaces." We have to think of something like that at Salmon, too. Okay. This afternoon, our meal will be served here, so we don't actually have to leave here today. So at this time right now, I think Laurier, oh, you're here, good. I'd like to introduce Laurier Dene. He's the Deputy Minister of Government Relations. Laurier was appointed Deputy Minister on October 20th, 1920, with the Government of Saskatchewan, starting with the Saskatchewan Liquor and Gaming Authority. In 1995, he's held executive positions within the Ministries of Agriculture, First Nations and Métis Relations, Labor Relations and Workplace Safety, Water Security Agency, and Government Relations. Laurier has served on several boards and committees, including the Clarence Chapeau Development Fund, the Welfare Rights Center, the Financial Management Council, and local charity and fundraising committees. And as Deputy Minister of Government Relations, his ministry employs over 160 staff in 3 divisions: Central Services and Standards, First Nations, Métis and Northern Affairs, and Municipal Relations. The ministry also oversees the Provincial Capital Commission. So welcome, Deputy Minister Dene.
Thank you very much, John, for that introduction. I think it makes me sound like I guess I can't hold a job. So many different positions, but very much appreciated. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with you today on behalf of the Government of Saskatchewan as we gather in Saskatoon on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional home of and ancestral lands of the Plains and the Woodland Cree, Nakota, Dakota, and the home of the Métis. And I'm also very happy to be here on behalf of our Minister, the Honourable Eric Schmaltz, who, due to other commitments, was unable to make it here, but he does express his wishes for a very good annual meeting here for you folks today. So this past revaluation year was a busy one for the province and certainly for SAMA, especially as it continued to support municipalities across Saskatchewan with its property assessment expertise. And I congratulate you on achieving your goal of 100,000 property inspections each year since the year 2018. And your success is impressive, and your work benefits residents and communities right across this province. And the Government of Saskatchewan recognizes and appreciates the important work of SAMA and the importance of a fair, stable, and efficient property taxation system that serves the interests of municipalities, businesses, and property owners. And that's why the recently announced 2026-27 provincial budget, we increased the financial support to SAMA. And so this budget includes an investment of $12.89 million to support the organization of SAMA and its important work. And that represents an increase of more than $600,000 to help retain staff and invest in technology and services and resources. So in general, the 2026-27 provincial budget focuses on protecting Saskatchewan people, communities, while also investing in workforce development and infrastructure to support a strong economy. And SAMA plays a very important role in Saskatchewan's property assessment system. That work helps support the broader taxation framework that municipalities rely on to fund important local services. And many of you may be aware of Bill 43, the Municipalities Modernization and Red Tape Reduction Act, and that one of the purposes of that Bill 43 is to modernize municipal legislation in Saskatchewan, including improvements to the property appeal process. So property appeals can be complex and very resource intensive. So Bill 43 helps make the appeal process more clearer and more efficient, and that supports fairness, consistency, and public confidence in the assessment system, while also helping SAMA and municipalities manage appeals more effectively. And the Ministry of Government Relations will continue to work collaboratively with SAMA to help ensure the system services municipalities and Saskatchewan residents well. So thank you again for your ongoing dedication serving this province through an effective and efficient property assessment system. And before I leave, I just want to acknowledge a few board members. I want to acknowledge Audrey Tremblay, who's been the Government of Saskatchewan SAMA board appointee since 2017, and I want to thank Audrey for agreeing to be reappointed for another term on the SAMA board. And I also want to acknowledge Myron Knaffel, who was first appointed in 2008. I think that's 18 years, if I've done my math right, 18 years as a board member on SAMA, and I think the last 10 years as board chair. So very significant achievements, and I thank you for your service, Myron. I think Myron will be stepping down after his term ends here. So thank you for the opportunity to join you here today. Again, on behalf of Minister Schmaltz, wish you a very good annual meeting here today. All the best wishes for you all. Safe travels on your ventures home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Dene. And actually, on a couple fronts, thank you for the money and the budget. That helps a lot. And also your somewhat open-door policy for SAMA. We have no trouble dealing with your ministry. If we need you, we can contact people readily, and we certainly appreciate that. I now would like to call up Councillor Bev Dubois. Bev is with the City of Saskatoon here. currently in her 6th term as a city councilor. She's served on numerous boards, civil, provincial, and national boards, commissions, and committees, and she's also has an extensive business background and a passion for her community. Bev also, there you are, also sits on our SAMA City Advisory Committee, so welcome, Deb.
Well, thank you. Ooh, thank you very much, John. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here this morning. I was going to be here anyways at the AGM. As was mentioned, I do sit on the advisory committee. But with the theme of Shaking the Future Assessment, I'll talk a little bit about that later. But I am honored to be here on behalf of City Council and the citizens of Saskatoon. And I do acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 territory and traditional homeland of the Métis people, and we pay our respect to all Indigenous people of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. So welcome to the beautiful city of Saskatoon. I truly hope that you enjoyed your stay here last evening. I'll talk a little bit about that later too, I think. SAMA was established in 1987 as a result of the Saskatchewan Local Government Finance Commission's review of the property assessment system in our province. The Commission published a report that recommended the establishment of an independent assessment agency to conduct property assessments and develop assessment policy. Together with stakeholders and assessment providers, SAMA's goal is to ensure long-term sustainability of the Saskatchewan property assessment system, and SAMA has been serving the people of Saskatchewan for over 30 years, and that is amazing. Let's clap for that, please. And on that note, what I want to comment, I have been on the advisory committee for a long time, but what I notice is the long-term staff that are here. And I couldn't believe that when I first joined. Some of the staff have been here for so long, and they do such a great job, and their heart and soul is in this agency. And I can see that, and I'm sure that many, if not all of you, can see and feel that as well. And to have a successful agency, to have a successful anything, you need committed people that believe in what you do and that stay for a long time, because then they get better and better at what they do. So SAMA continues to consult with stakeholders on all policy changes. The present system was developed and is refined and maintained in full consultation with the province as well as all of our local governments. So thank you very much for what you do from the people of Saskatchewan. I do appreciate being on the advisory committee representing the city of Saskatoon, and I always leave learning things and a little bit more confused too, because assessment is not easy, let's be honest. I do also want to acknowledge the City of Saskatoon staff, and Bryce True is in attendance today. Bryce does an excellent job for our city, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. He's got a great team, and we at Council do appreciate him and his team very, very much. And their team does work closely with SAMA, I know, on property assessment-related matters. So thank you to SAMA for organizing the AGM. Thank you for holding it in Saskatoon. And I hope you have a great day. I do want to say, I know a lot of you are here from out of town. I do hope you enjoy our city, but I also want to wish you safe travels home. I know that we are going to be having, I don't know if it's winter number 10 or 9 or 11, but we are going to be having winter here starting, I think, later on today. And so I do wish you all safe travels home, and thank you for all that you do for your municipalities, your agencies, and our province. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Bev, and not only for what you do for the city, but on our advisory committee meetings. And for those of you that aren't familiar, twice a year we have advisory meetings. We have urban and rural one day, and then cities and commercial the next day, and they're very important. And I believe we're one of the only provinces in Canada that does that. So we have all kinds of people from railways to mining and show up, and it's a good networking event. So thank you, Bev. At this time, I'm going to introduce our board of directors, and some of our special guests here. Actually, I'm going to do it different. I'm going to recognize some of our special guests first. Erica Ritchie's here in MLA for Saskatoon, Nutana. Erica, there you are. And I believe, is Rick Brunson here, one of our former board members? Well, he registered anyways. From our board of directors, Myron Knaffel was appointed as SAMA's chair in 2017, and after serving as a SAMA board member since 2008. Myron and his wife, Lori, live in Watson, Saskatchewan. Myron was a businessman in Watson, owning a construction company, the Esso Service Station, and TC Enterprises. Myron's been involved with the community as a mayor and numerous other positions, and Myron and Lori have spent the winters in Mesa, where he was involved in working on the older military airplanes. However, this year they spent their time this winter in Osoyoos, BC. So, Myron, just give them a wave. Jim Angus and his wife Brenda recently moved from Harris to Saskatoon. Jim has worked many years as an administrator for the arm of Harris, and he served on the RMAA, and he's also been a SARM board member. And after retiring, Jim was focused more on his business, which is Angus Auto Appraisals, and he does appraisals on collector cars and memorabilia. Very active Ford, Mustang, and memorabilia collector. Jim and Brenda now are full-time sports fans with their grandchildren in Saskatoon. And just as a footnote, Myron, Lori, Jim, and Brenda do a lot of traveling together, and I think this year it's a cruise starting in the St. Lawrence up through the Maritimes, is it not? So, Jim, where are you? Just give them a wave. I believe Dawn isn't here, Looning from Moose Jaw, but I'll tell you about Dawn anyways. Her and her husband, David, live in Moose Jaw. Dawn's a financial advisor, and she operates a successful business, Desjardins Financial Security Investments, and she's a member of the Moose Jaw City Council and a SUMA board member. And apart from her civic duties and businesses, she's an avid traveler and a huge, huge baseball fan. And Dawn Looning's term with SAMA is ending, and SUMA has now nominated Dawn Kilmer for that position. And Dawn Kilmer and her husband, Pete, are longtime residents of Prince Albert. Dawn was the principal at Carleton Composite High School, and it's the largest in the province. And she's currently in her second term as a city councilor, and she was just recently inducted into the Prince Albert Women's Hall of Fame. So quite an honor. Welcome to the board, Dawn. Just wave. She's right down here by Audrey. Is Randy here today? I haven't seen. Oh, she's missing. There's a reason. Randy Golden and her late husband, Rex, lived in Yorkton, and Randy's very active in the city, not only as a city councilor, but also volunteering and serving on many community organizations. And Randy was recently elected the president of SUMA, and that's why she's not here, resulting in a very busy schedule. She's constantly on the go, and in her free time, she enjoys traveling, and especially when the grandchildren are involved. So Rod Quinton. Rod and his wife Tamara live at Blackstrap Lake. Rod was born and raised in the Webb Gull Lake area and is currently a counselor for the RM of Dundurn. Rod has an extensive background in municipal administration and also school board administration. Rod and Tamara's combined family consists of 7 children and 7 grandchildren. They're actively involved in their families' lives, and in his spare time, Rod is also the chairman of the Municipal Employees Pension Plan that a lot of you belong to. So if you have any problems, I can probably get his cell number too. So Rod, just wave for them there. And myself, I'm John Wagner. My wife and I live on the north slope of the Cypress Hills, halfway between East End and Maple Creek. We farm and ranch in the Skull Creek area, and I've been the reeve of the Arma-Piapot for a long time, and I've also been involved with SAMA for a long time. We enjoy where we live, but we do spend some time in the summer at Moy Lake in BC and the surrounding mountains. So that wraps up your board for now. And I'm going to call on our... Didn't I do Audrey? Oh, sorry, Audrey. It's here. Audrey Tremblay and her husband Mel also moved to Weyburn from their beautiful lakefront home in Main Prize, a resort community near Weyburn. Audrey has a history with rural and urban municipalities as an administrator. She, like Jim, was involved with RMAA and was a SARM board member. Audrey's still working with local RMs and is very involved in the local school board. She's a very busy lady. Audrey and Mel have had some very trying years medically, however, seem to have made the best of it. Mel and Audrey are an amazing couple and fun to be around. So, Audrey, we just had supper with them last night. They are fun to be around, and I'm sorry I missed it. The new electronics, when you scroll, things go faster than they should, just like life. So at this point, I'm going to call on our chair, Myron Knaffel, to come up and give a report from the board of directors. And Myron has decided not to let his name stand as for reappointment for the position of chair, and we certainly do appreciate him as a chair. He worked well with SARM, SUMA, the board, our management people, and we're really going to miss him. We've been trying to talk him out of it, and like I said, what's he going to do? And Lori said, well, I don't know. She said he comes in every night, he watches TV and watches the news, and then he's all frustrated, so he sits and waits for the late news to see if anything's changed, and then he's still frustrated. So Myron denies this, but anyways, I'll give you our chair, Myron Knaffel.
You think it's possible to get frustrated watching the news nowadays? Well, welcome everyone. Certainly appreciate you and thank you for all attending today, both the people in person here and those of you online. We do appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedules to be with us here today. Thank you very much to Deputy Minister Donnet and to Councillor Bev Dubois. Thank you for your opening remarks, much appreciated, and thank you too for being here also. I just want to give you a brief overview of how things went in 2025. We'll probably see a few more details with Sean's report a little later, but just to give you an idea of how the year went, and then after that I want to just look ahead a little bit on kind of some of the directions that we have to be aware of going forward. The first slide I've got here is good news. As Minister Donnet mentioned a little earlier, we got $602,000 increase in funding this year from the province. That was very much appreciated. We were starting to get into dire straits on how we were going to operate if we didn't receive that funding. As I mentioned to you last year at the AGM, our reserve that we had, the reserves that we have are pretty well down to the level where we don't want to tap into that anymore. So increased funding from the province was very much appreciated and very much needed because at this point we were running about 11 vacancies up until the announcement came, and we knew that it was going to be a tough budget for the province, so we weren't expecting too much, but it's not the full amount. We did ask for another $500,000 for some technical funding on some technical things that we were going to start working on. But even with this funding, that's fine. We can work around that. We probably won't fill all the vacancies, all the 11 vacancies, but we can work around that and do some technical and fill some vacancies at the same time. This just gives you an idea of the annual property reviews, and this has been something that everybody's been kind of watching since 2018. And so far, we've been able to keep up to the 100 to 110,000 reviews every year. And in 2025, we did 102,000. Now, if you notice in our annual report, it shows that for 2026, we only targeted 73,000. And the reason for that is because, like I mentioned before, we're running 11 vacancies. We weren't able to kickstart the summer student program. And again, like I said, our reserves didn't allow us to backfill them positions until we knew what was coming from the province. Now, unfortunately, the reason that we don't that we have to hold back or be a little bit more conservative on our budget is because we give our budget out to SARM, SUMA, and the province in June of the year, and then we don't know what we get from the province until 9 months later in March. So we've got that gap in there that if we're not sure that we're going to get the funding from the province, then basically what we have to do is cut back on some of our services and stuff like that. So that's why, to be realistic for 2026, and when we were doing our budget, we had to pull back a little bit on our re-inspections, and then, like I said, it was down to about 73,000 for this year. It's possible we might be able to do a few more than that, but I don't want to overestimate on that, because well, first of all, it's going to take some time to fill some of these positions. It's, unfortunately, we just can't run out on the street and hire assessors, as you all know. So it's a bit of a challenge to find people, first of all. And the other thing is, of course, the student program, it's too late to apply for that now to get that rolling again. So we won't have the summer students working for us this year. So that just gives you an idea of why we're going to be cut back. But it also probably gives you a pretty good idea if we don't get the support from Sumisarm and the province. It shows you that we start lagging on the work that we can do, and unfortunately, re-inspections is one of the first things that falls by the wayside. It's the one thing that we've got a little wiggle room on, whereas everything else has to be done by certain days and certain deadlines. This chart shows, when we are funded and the proper, and we're doing the number of re-inspections that we want to do. It shows you the amount of money that it brings in both to the municipalities and to the province. We get these numbers by using the average municipal mill rate across the province, and then also using the education mill rate from the province. And so this year, to date, it's been increase of about $210 million in revenue. And it's not just the dollar figure when it comes to re-inspections, it's also the fairness and equity in the system. Some of these villages and towns and municipalities haven't been looked at in 20, 30, 40 years, even some. So, I mean, there's stuff that falls by the wayside. So when we go in there and do a complete municipality and do a complete re-inspection there, we sometimes find a lot of stuff. And like I said, since 2018 till now, it's been about $210 million. And keep in mind that that's, once that's on the rolls, that stays on the rolls. So it's $210 million every year. So it just shows you the importance of allowing SAMA to be able to do the work that we want to do. And this is one thing that we always have to be cautious about, is the cost per property, what it costs per property through SAMA, to make sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck. This year it's come out to about $27.30 per property. It's either the lowest or the second lowest when you compare it to all the other jurisdictions that we contact across the country. Because I know there's a lot of them that they rate up well over $55 a property compared to our 27. And I'm not saying this to mean that we're trying to be a race to the bottom all the time, because being the cheapest isn't always the best. But what we try to do is make that balance so that we're doing the best job that we can with the money that we have, and giving the best bang for the buck to our ratepayers and supporters. But it is something that we always have to keep an eye on and make sure that we're not starting to run a little bit too on the high side. The number of appeals. This slide is another good news slide. It looks at the appeals, and you can see there in the reval years, which is 2013, 17, 21, and now in 25 as the reval years. And it just shows you a while back in 2017, we had over 7,000 appeals that year. And here now in 2025, we had 2,239. So that's a significant drop in appeals, which has really helped our organization. The legal costs have gone way down, and it helps all the way around. And the time spent by our staff to support for these appeals, the time has gone way down. So it's a big help. And we're doing this all the while. that we have the number of professional appellants have increased, and they're quite a bit more aggressive than they were earlier. They really push the issues and find different ways to try to get the assessments dropped and the appeals up. So we're quite proud of the fact that we were able to get the appeal number down that low. The other thing that's caused is, well, hopefully one of the things that has caused it is improvement in our quality and also improvement in our supportive values. But the other big issue that's made this happen is that we've had some good court decisions over the last years. I know in 2017 there was a lot of them went up right up to the highest courts, and we've got some good rulings on some of these issues. And whether they're in favor of SAMA or in favor of the appellant, it doesn't matter, as long as we come with a black and white line of how do we handle these issues that have come up in court. And that's worked out very well, because we've got some good solid decisions made by the courts that clears the air for us, both for us and the appellant. So that's another reason why our appeals are down from where they were before. And then looking ahead into 26 and beyond, one of the first things, and we've been talking about this for a couple of years now, is technology. And you're going to get a little bit of a demonstration here later this afternoon. And every time I see this demonstration, our team that's working on this has been adding stuff on every year. And it's just amazing what this new technology can do. But unfortunately, it takes some money, it takes time, it takes good people. So we're working on that to get ahead. We find that the technology issue is extremely important going forward, because if there's one thing that's going to make us more efficient and be able to do more stuff with less money, it's going to be technology. And we can't afford to let that slip by. It's getting to the point that technology is taking over the world. You all know that, and it changes from year to year to year, and you're never done. You're never just done spending money on it. Let's put it that way. So unfortunately, it does cost some money. But you know, I compare it to. I use the analogy that if you compare it to if you just got an old paper map and you're trying to follow the roads or the city streets on a paper map, and compare it to Google Maps or something, there's quite a difference. So you know, we can't just let that technology pass us by. Meanwhile, our appellants and the people that are opposing us are using the best of technology, and if we're not keeping up to that, it's like well, it's like taking a knife to a gunfight type of thing. So we've got to keep up on that, and like I mentioned, we'll see a little bit demonstration a little bit later on some of the things we're working on. The other thing that's very important going forward is our workforce planning, and succession planning is extremely important in any organization. Doesn't matter if it's a business or if it's SAMA or what it is. If we aren't planning ahead for succession, for people to move up into the positions as people retire or leave the company, you're going to be in trouble. And we've done very well with this over the years. We've always had somebody to replace. So every time we had a higher position, if somebody retired, we always had somebody to move into that position. And it's worked out very well for us. The problem is now it's starting, that pool of talent is starting to dwindle a bit. So we've got to keep new people coming into the organization, train them people, mentor them, bring them up to speed, bring the middle group back up to management level, but also bringing new people in the door to fill those spots. So them are some things that we're working on, always have to be working on. Again, takes money. Unfortunately, it always seems to end up at taking money, but that's just some things that we always, it's a job that's never done. You know, sustaining your staff and keeping people in line for the next promotions is always a big issue. And the other thing is sustainable and predictable funding, which relates right back to the previous two items I was talking about. And budgeting, it would be so much easier if we didn't have that 9-month gap between you know, our budget presentation and what we hear from the province. Because in that, and especially now, being we don't have the reserves to do the backup, it's getting so hard to figure out how should we budget for next year. And it's getting to be a tough thing to do. So, you know, one of the possibilities I think that is worth discussing with the ministry is that if there's a possible way that just for our regular, regular inflationary funding, if we could just have that as a given, okay, that we know is going to be there. At least then we could work with that part of the budget. And then if we're going to talk about a capital project or something else, well, then we can discuss that. But you know that them projects can be put on the side table if we don't get the funding for it. But it's not so important. But if we could just get that base funding and know where we're going with that earlier on in the year, so we wouldn't have to, keep the vacancies and stuff like that sometimes affects the amount of work that we can do. So them are some things that we just want to look at and see if we can improve that somewhat. As you can see, though, there's a lot of work ahead of us going forward. It's a never-ending battle all the time, of course, but that's what makes it so much fun. Now, with that, I'd like to introduce our new CEO, Sean Cooney. I say he's a new CEO because he's just started here on February 1st. He started with us as our CEO, but he's not new with the organization. I think Sean's got about 37 years of experience with it. I don't know where we'd be without him, and so there's anything there is to know about assessment, Sean knows it. Sean is replacing Betty Rogers, who's another big loss to the company. She was with SAMA for almost 20 years now, and she was at Human Resources for the first while, and then CEO for the last 5 years, and she stepped down from that position. There's been many positive changes made over the years. I just think back to 18 years back when I first came on and compare it to the changes to the way we operate now, and huge changes. And a big part of that was from Betty. She did an excellent job of bringing us up to the modern world in as far as human resources and everything else. So we're going to miss Betty, and we wish her all the best on her retirement. But now I'll call on Sean.
All right, thank you, Myron. And I want to thank everyone who's here today and online. It's really gratifying that you would take time out of your busy schedules to engage with us, talk about assessment, and help make SAMA stronger. So thank you for that. And I want to just start by saying that I'm really excited about our future. We've got a lot of very positive things that are happening, and it's my pleasure to update you on many of those. Throughout the day, you're going to hear from others on our executive and our staff, and I'm very proud of the people I work with. We have an amazing executive team, every single one, and down to every person in our agency, a very hard-working group of people. And you're going to see some amazing things today that we're working on. So in terms of some themes I'd like to touch on, I'll just briefly speak to our foundation, and why our work matters. And I think that's important. A lot of people just don't realize the importance of assessment. And then I'd like to give you an update on our strengths and some of the challenges that we're facing, to be realistic, and then move into how we're going to address that. So we have a plan that we'd like to share with you. And then we have something that's very exciting. It's a new innovation program, and there's going to be a lot of discussion around that today. So SAMA was founded in 1987, as Bev had mentioned. She gave a really good explanation of the origins of SAMA. I started 1 year after, so that's kind of dating myself, but I've been around for the entire ride. And we have responsibility for governance and assessment services. So if you're with a municipality, you probably see the valuation side of it, but we're also working on the rules and the procedures, the assessment publications for the work that we do in the province of Saskatchewan. We are funded by our partners with SUMA, SARM, and the ministry. And essentially, the municipalities are paying for our valuation services, and the province is funding us for the governance work that we do and the education portion of that assessment. So we're really appreciative of the funding that we get, and we really work hard to provide great value for that. And as John went over the 7-person board of directors that we have representing various stakeholders, and I want to tell you how hard these people work for us. We're very fortunate to have an excellent team backing us up and providing us guidance on the board. In terms of our offices, we're spread across the province of Saskatchewan, so we can provide services to you in your local area as best possible. We have a central office in Regina, and that includes an industrial unit, and then we also have an independent quality assurance division. Then we have 7 regional offices. They're on the PowerPoint. So we're distributed across the province of Saskatchewan. And then we also have an office in the city of Moose Jaw because we handle their assessment services under contract. So 8 regional offices if you count Moose Jaw. And then we have 3 remaining independent cities, the city of Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. They are providing their own valuation services, and the city of Swift Current opted out of SAMA services in 2001, so they're responsible for their own assessment services. So that's the makeup of the valuation service providers in the province, and a little bit about the basics of assessment. I think most people would understand this, but if you're new, it's good to remind certainly property owners if they come into your municipal offices, the assessment system is legislated. So the foundation, the rules are set out in legislation, and one key component is we're in a mass appraisal-based assessment system, and a lot of people don't understand that. So we're using different techniques than a single property appraiser that would appraise a property for a mortgage. We're using all of the sales, we're building mass appraisal models, valuation models, and we're using statistics and quality checks. And we have to do that because we're valuing close to 1 million properties in the province of Saskatchewan at a single point in time. There's a regulated and a market valuation standard, and just very simply, if a property typically sells, like a house or a commercial property, we're going to use those sales to help value it. Everything else is regulated, and it's in our manual. So things like railway and pipeline, oil and gas is set out in our manual. And this is where people get tripped up. Equitable assessments are important, and that's the basis of the property tax system. But that's just the beginning, of course, because you have provincial tax policy, you have the municipal mill rate and local tax policy overlaid on that. I wanted to mention something. We have a 4-year revaluation cycle in our province, and it varies across Canada. And there has been talk of a shorter cycle, possibly a 2-year, and it varies, as I say, from 1 to 4 years currently. But it's interesting because one province that's on a 1-year reval, and that's to keep values current, they've frozen their values because there was such a dramatic change. So the shorter cycle didn't quite take care of that. And then we have another province, the largest in Canada, they have frozen their assessments, and that happened during COVID. And so their assessments are actually a 2016 base. So I think it's good that Saskatchewan has been able to continually and regularly update every 4 years. And why our work matters to stakeholders, and some of this was alluded to by Myron, but it's a big system. We have $278 billion assessment base, which is pretty amazing when you think about it. That translates into $2.64 billion in property tax. So that's very important to stakeholders of the province of Saskatchewan. And it accounts for 30% of education funding. Currently, SAMA, we're administering 865,000 properties. If you roll in the independent cities, you're looking at over 1 million properties. And that's 760 client municipalities that we're working with, in addition to the governance work that we're doing on behalf of the province. I was going to say that our number of client municipalities is the second highest in Canada, just behind Quebec. So it's a huge portfolio that we're managing. And SAMA's mission is to develop, regulate, and deliver a current, effective, and efficient property assessment system for the province of Saskatchewan. And that's a very ambitious goal, and we do our best at that. And we achieve it through three main areas of responsibility, and this is set out in legislation. We have the governance role that I mentioned. We have our assessment services role that affects most people in the room, and that's the valuation work that we do. And then we have an independent quality assurance division, and they're responsible for role confirmations and audits. Okay, in terms of giving you a sense of where SAMA is at, I thought it would be good to break it down along the lines of what's going well and what is challenging currently for us. What is going well, of course, as was mentioned, we're very appreciative of the funding support from the province, SUMA, and SARM, and we're doing our best with that funding to deliver to the province in terms of assessments, quality, and efficiency. Another big plus for SAMA is we have a highly skilled, committed workforce and very professional. We had a training session yesterday, and we had Eric and Danielle from our Saskatoon region come out. They just did a really good job, and they helped explain what it's like to be an appraiser, and it's a tough job. But they also explained all of the technology and all of the tools that they use, and I was really proud of them, and I think that's symbolic of all the people working out in the field and right across the agency. The other thing we have going for us is we have a stable, modernizing technology piece, and I'm speaking of our CAMA system. This is our governed computer system, and it is still state-of-the-art, like it's kept up with technology. It lets us value this 865,000 properties. So I know later Darcy will be speaking about our technology, but we can value the entire province in hours, which is just amazing. Some of the independent cities are struggling with end-of-life computer systems, so that's an issue for sure. And so we're fortunate that we have this technology, and we're starting to develop other pieces of technology that are very promising. Another thing going well is the efficient, reliable mass appraisal system. You know, it's not perfect, but it's helpful to remember that we're valuing this whole province, and we're doing it through mass appraisal. So when people come in with their assessment, they might be complaining. They might expect a value that reflects the value of their property as of 3 days ago. And it's a retrospective value back to a base date determined through mass appraisal. So it's a rough estimate, a proxy for distribution of taxes. And I think if you get that, that really provides some insight into the basis for the system. And it works well. We have good public trust and really strong stakeholder relationships. And when I speak of our relationships, it's our client municipalities, it's property owners and property owner groups, stakeholder groups. SUMA and SARM, very appreciative of their support. If we ever have issues, we reach out to them. And certainly the ministry. We have an excellent relationship with everyone at the ministry, and that is really important for us to coordinate on legislation, on assessment issues, and we're very thankful for that. All right, well, it's not all roses. There's some things that we're facing here. And one certainly is capacity issues. So we've got staff that are stretched. We're giving them very, very lofty goals in terms of productivity. So that's always a challenge. And as Myron mentioned, with staff turnover, we have succession planning is a huge part of what we want to look at going forward. And we've got a lot of good work going on in HR on that front. Technology is changing rapidly. And I'm telling you, for our field of mass appraisal, the technology that's coming is so well suited to the work that we do. And I'm speaking of geographical information systems, artificial intelligence. If we can harness just a bit of this, we can increase our productivity and our quality. So we've got some plans, we've got some systems that are beginning, and it's very exciting. Appeals, that is one issue that we struggle with. Our counts are down, as Myron mentioned, but the appeals we do get are highly complex. So it wasn't too long ago, there was, I think, 2 tax agent firms in the province and a handful of tax agents, and we did a check last year. We're up to 14 firms and 30 professional tax agents. So we have to be on our game, and we have to be as accurate as possible. They've got a job to do, and so do we. But that explains some of the challenges that we face regarding appeals. Another pressure, and this is one that we continually struggle with, we're doing our best, and that's public understanding of the property assessment system. It's highly complex, it's difficult to explain to lay people, to property owners, and that's where you come in. A lot of you in the room have more knowledge than most, and you're able to begin to explain the basics, and that's wonderful. So we need to do more education. We're going to continue to go to professional associations and present as much as we can, and through that, just improve that understanding. The assessment system is under increased scrutiny, and I'm going to have a slide on that, so I'm going to set that one aside, but it is something big that's happening in North America. And lastly, our funding. 2027, as Myron mentioned, we're looking forward, we're making contingency plans, because we view technology as not being optional. We have to engage with it, and we have to start to embed it in the work we do, as we have been doing. Very briefly, our funding efficiency, our budget is less than 1% of the property tax base that we raise. And Myron had mentioned $27.30 per property, which I believe is the second lowest in Canada. We have 8,900 properties per staff, which is the second highest in Canada. And since 2018, when we doubled our inspections, we've done close to 1 million property reviews, which is really phenomenal, and that was brought about through technology and process improvements. That's added over $1 billion in new revenue for the province and municipalities, and that, as Byron mentioned, that translates into over $210 million in recurring annual revenue. So we're very proud of that work, and we want to keep doing it, but we want to build in technology to make it achievable and also improve the quality of the work that we do. When I mentioned assessments are under pressure, well, you could say worldwide, but nationwide certainly, we're facing a really new economic reality, and we see inflation is affecting municipalities and all of us. And so there's rising municipal costs. That means you're going to have to raise the mill rate and increase taxes. And that's just a reality that is occurring. What that does is it shifts the focus back to the assessment. You can't appeal your taxes, but you can certainly appeal your assessment. And that means we need to work on our fairness of our system and the stability of our assessment system going forward. And that ties back into stable funding. The one province that froze their assessments, in year 2, the assessments were identical, and people got their tax notices in year 2, and they wanted to appeal their assessment. And what the assessment authority there found is they're complaining that their assessment was too high. So the assessment authority said, the assessment is identical. It's the mill rate that went up. And the average property owner doesn't understand the dynamics. It's automatically they're thinking it's the assessment to blame as opposed to the taxation. So that's a challenge we all share and we need to work on. I don't think it's going away. We have a plan, and this is where we're looking forward. We've got these challenges, but we have a plan that we set out for 26 to 29. This is on our website if you want to visit it. So we have our vision, and really what we want to do is plan for the long-term sustainability of the property assessment system. We have our vision, our core values, and our strategic direction set out, and all the work that we're doing is aligning with that direction. But what we're really excited about is currently SAMA has an Excellence Canada Gold Level certification, and that was a process we went through to become certified. It's a highly dignified designation in operational excellence. So that means operating as an organization very well at all levels, and we're very proud of that. So what we're doing in 2026 is we're moving all of that same excellence, but we're focusing now on an assessment innovation program. So focusing on the core work that we do and getting to be the best that we can at that. And what that means is we're taking the programs we're working on already, but we're going to be using really robust strategic planning to link together 3 areas, and that is continuous improvement. That's the processes that we follow to do the work that we do. We're looking at our revaluation process. It's a 4-year project. It's a major effort to revalue those 850,000 properties. So that is underway currently, and now we're looking at new technology, and you're going to see some of it later today, and injecting that new technology into the revaluation process to achieve greater quality and efficiency. And then lastly, we have a quality coordination initiative. We have finite resources to check the quality of the work as we're doing it. And as you can imagine, with that many properties, it's a big effort. So we want to take our staff and focus them in the correct area for quality. So that's all coming together, and it's very exciting for us. And essentially what we want to have is efficiency and quality. And the processes can be improved, and we're always looking for continual improvement. We can take the resources we have and put them in the right areas. So we might be actually moving people to different tasks, different portfolios, to keep that reval going full time. And then we want to make our valuation model stable. And over time, that's happening. We're seeing it, especially in our larger client municipalities, is if we have a really strong model, we should be able to bring in new sales information, update it, and not see wholesale changes. The market does change dramatically sometimes, and that's reflected in the modeling, but we want to continue to improve those models and stabilize them, and then bring long-term value to the province of Saskatchewan through the work that we're doing. So we're going to have a presentation later today by Darcy Boyer from our Information Services area, and he's going to be sharing with you some of the technology I was speaking of. And we have the ability to use GIS and AI. The little bit that we've done has brought about such large returns that we just know that this is going to be fantastic for the future. It's a matter of harnessing it, finding out what we're capable of doing, implementing it, and then locking that into our processes. We want to be careful that we don't go spread ourselves too thin looking at too many options. So that's the plan. If you want to go to our website, we have a lot of information. So if you, property owners in your municipalities, or anyone wants more information, it's available on our website, fact sheets. We have information for property owners, and certainly SamaView, which has become a very popular tool for looking at assessments, looking at comparable properties, and making sure everything is done correctly. Just in concluding, I want to just personally thank Myron for his service on the SAMA board as chair. Myron has been an incredible support to me personally and to the entire agency. He brings a real business sense to the work that he does. He's a consummate professional, but he's also very good at governance, and he understands what SAMA needs to do. So it's been wonderful working with you, and I thank you, Myron, for all of your contributions to the province. Appreciate it. And in closing, I want to thank all of you for coming again today, for being engaged. We appreciate it. We've got some exciting presentations coming up, and I'll be available if you have any questions, or you can reach out to me later. But thank you again. Have a good day. And it is my pleasure to introduce Kevin Grote. Kevin is our Managing Director of Assessment Services, and so he's got the largest division and a large portfolio with 760 client municipalities. So thank you, Kevin.
Well, thank you, Sean, and I know he said there's an exciting presentations coming up. Don't worry, it's not this one, so just, bear with me. So anyways, what you're looking at there is a picture of Saddle Mountain in British Columbia. And actually, you're only looking at, that's really the horn of the saddle. The back part you can't see in the picture, but when my son and daughter-in-law moved to the little village across from there, and I looked across the lake, and I saw that, wow, heard from a local, and he said, yeah, there's a hiking trail that goes up to the top, and I thought, I want to climb that mountain someday. And as you can imagine, you make a plan to do something like that, and especially on a mountain trail, sometimes you come on obstacles that you're not expecting to see, and so you have to adjust your plans. Well, that's kind of analogous to the work we do in assessment services. We don't do too many mountain assessments in the province here, but what we do is we set a goal, we make a plan for achieving that goal, and then sometimes along the way, big surprise, we hit some obstacles and we have to readjust those plans. So our theme is talking about the future. And in order to make the best plans for the future, it begins with knowing our past, acknowledging where we are in the current, before we set the course for the future. So where did we finish up in 2025? We had that goal of 100,000 property reviews. We just eked over it by about 2,000. And that was in spite of, as both Myron and Sean talked about, having to hold some vacancies, getting prepared. Well, fortunately, our appeal counts were down, so that enabled us to meet that goal last year. As internally, we set a goal that we want to deliver our maintenance and revaluation packages to our clients 85% by the time the clients would like to receive it. And we acknowledge that, sometimes we're going to be a little bit late. And if we're within 3 weeks, we have a goal of, another 10% for that. So that makes 95% either on time or within 3 weeks, and up to 5% late. Where we finished up last year was we did the 85% on time. We did 97%, 97% within the 3 weeks, leaving 3% late. And, coming into this year, I fully expect that we might see a slight drop in that, because I did ask the regional managers to start measuring by only having one renegotiated date with our clients. And over the long term, we want to get it down to that really no renegotiations. Whatever date our clients want the maintenance, that's what we want to measure to. So now the good news, as Sean mentioned, is our appeal rates. This last revaluation, it's been our lowest appeal rate in the last 4 revaluations, which is the number on the right side there. So of those 2,200 appeals that we had last year, around 60% were handled through the agreement to adjust process, which is where the municipality, the property owner, and the appraiser all agree to the revised assessment. And, I say that just to say, we're not all about, we're unreasonable to deal with, that we won't, acknowledge any errors in the assessment. If we find an error and we agree it's an error, then we'll make that correction. Now, the other interesting thing, so of the 500 remaining properties that went to the either board of revisions or directly to the SMB, around those ones are taking more time for us to do, because it is a little more complex, because what we're seeing is around 65% of those appeals were represented by tax agents. So there is more work for us to do in those situations. Second level of appeals that go on in the province. Last year, we just had over 340 appeals that went to the Assessment Appeals Committee, and currently we're sitting with about 10% of those have been resolved. There was an influx of appeals in the larger cities. Thanks, Bryce and Kalinda, for taking care of the SMB scheduling for us last year. So we're just starting to get into scheduling of last year's appeals before the committee. In addition, the committee quite often ends up having to wait for any kind of appeals that go on to the Court of Appeal to guide their decisions. And so we're still actually have outstanding appeals before the committee going back to 2021. So moving on to our current, where we're at as of last week. So roughly 700 of our municipal clients have had their maintenance packages delivered. Those, we were running 87% on time. 96% within 3 weeks, and about 4% late are going to be probably late. Then when you take a look at where we're at on appeals, last week we only had 88 appeals in for the clients that we serve. So that if that trend holds true, that's going to be very promising for us. And we have a number of roles that are actually closed, and we're just over halfway between roles opened, or roles closed and roles being opened. Now, every 2 years, we survey a sampling of our client municipalities, see how we're doing. And what you're seeing on the screen there for the numbers, 88% revaluation services, 93% maintenance services, that's a gauge of how many, the percentage of clients that rate our services as either good or excellent. And, and overall, that's really a good news story for us. But what we're seeing is moving from the good down into the excellent rating. So then we started to take a closer look at that to see what can we do to get back up into the excellent category. And so I believe he was a philosopher, never met the man, but Ludwig Wittgenstein put forward the thought that all problems are communication problems. And that was one of the things that rose up in the survey, that we're being asked to be clearer in the communications and more frequent in the communications. And so one thing in order to address that is what I've asked the regional managers to do, is to take a day each month, go out into the field and visit our client, visit you in your offices, and see how we're doing. What can we do differently? How can we improve our services? What's working, what's not working? And more importantly, just put a face behind the email. So we've got a number of regional managers here, so I'll get you to put your hands up. We've got Randy and Seth over in there, and Randy handles the Saskatoon region, and Seth handles the Melfort region. And then over here, we've got Danielle, who handles Swift Current, as well as City of Moose Jaw. And we've got Grant here, who handles the industrial. And so I didn't tell them this before, but they get the first-hand knowledge of it, is that if you haven't had a meeting with one of the regional managers and would like one, and you're served by any of these fine individuals, come and talk to them. And if you're in one of the other regions that isn't represented here, call the regional office or email, and they'll be happy to come out and make a visit to your office. The other thing that came up in the client survey was the accuracy of the assessments, or said another way, the quality. And I'll talk about that later on. So what can I say about 2026 and looking forward? It's like any hike on a trail. And some trails deserve it's one step at a time. And sometimes it's good to take time and slow down and tread carefully. And so with that, we're making what will happen in 2026 and beyond. So one of the things that we'll be working on is, it's hard to believe, last year's just the last revaluation, and here we are, this is our year getting ready to prepare for the next revaluation. So what we have to do this year is we have to spend the time to research and make sure that all our market-related evidence that we gather is accurate, because the revaluation forms the foundation for 4 years of assessments. And we know if we build a strong foundation, accurate assessments in that revaluation year, it pays off by less rework and lower appeal rates going forward. So it's much like a building. You want to get the foundation right. So we're taking time to verify the sales information, the other market information that we gather, to make sure that as we move forward, we've got a strong base going forward in 2029. In addition, we will continue to focus on our core legislated services of the annual maintenance, the supportive value, whatever work is required there, and yeah, the revaluation. Because we know if we get those core services handled efficiently and effectively, then that allows us time to do the re-inspection work. And finally, we'll continue to support, provide, basically take time for staff to work on innovation and continuous improvement. And because we know the time we spend here, it's kind of like, you can look at a jet that's sitting there or taxiing around the airport and think, oh, that's pretty slow moving, it's not doing much. Well, that's because that's not what the jet's designed to do. And so right now, as we take time to prepare for the future, spend some time trying out some new processes and scaling those up, that will pay off in the future with increasing our capacity. So it's kind of like we're getting ready for takeoff. We're moving slow right now, but once we get everything in place, we'll have an increased capacity. And so where does that leave us with? Yes, we have a goal of 73,000 reviews for this year. In the past, through our summer student or temporary workers program in the summer there, we gained about 16 to 18,000 properties, and as Myron said, our reserves couldn't support that for this year, so we had to cut that. We were, again, planning. We weren't sure what the provincial funding was going to be, and we're very thankful for what we received, because that now gives us some options moving into this year. And so we will, continue to prepare for the revaluation. We'll do the supportive value services, and as well as the annual maintenance, and continue to look to what our future is going to look like as we look at different technology and innovation to help bring about increased capacity into the future. So with that, thank you again for attending, and I'll pass the clicker off. And Matt, if you're clicking, make sure you hold it over here, because if you hold it here, it doesn't work.
Thank you, Kevin. As it says, my job title is Managing Director of Finance, which makes me the accountant for SAMA, and I just have a little story that'll be an analogy of my presentation today. I was just getting a doctor checkup last week, and I asked her, I said, I've heard that married men live longer, is that true? She said, statistically, that's true. And I said, well, I'm an accountant. If I marry another accountant, are we both going to live a lot longer? She said, I don't think the two of you will live longer, but it will sure feel like it. So with that, I'll give a brief overview of the finances for SAMA. And again, all this information can be found on pages, I believe, 37 to 52 in the annual report. So there's a lot of information there. It's quite extensive. And again, this will just be hitting the high points of some of the information that's in there. So again, looking at our financial report for this year, our financial statements, they're prepared in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. So they're a little bit different than private enterprises, or for those of you that are more familiar with the way municipalities do it, our framework is a little bit different in that way. As has been mentioned a couple times, we operate on the calendar year, similar to municipalities, but again, different than our largest funding partner, which is the province, which of course runs from spring to spring, and does cause a little bit of incongruence there between those two. Our auditor is MNP, and we procure an auditor through our audit committee. We do a competitive bidding process, and this was their final year in a 5-year contract, so that bid will be coming up again. And again, we've had a great relationship with that firm over the last few years. And again, the great news is the result of this audit has been for several years, the statements that we did prepare were audited, and they were found to fairly represent the financial operations of SAMA in all material respects. So looking first at SAMA revenue, again, our largest funding partner is the province of Saskatchewan. The funding last year, the grant that we received, was $12.288 million in 2025, which was identical to the 2024 funding, and making up just over 51% of total revenues for the agency. And then the municipalities, the 760 that we invoice through the municipal requisition that you all see at the end of January every year, as well as our special contract with the city of Moose Jaw, again, makes up over $11 million of that. And those two combined, then, we're at 97% of revenue. So that just shows you, without those funding partners, we have very little left in that pie chart. We do have a bright spot with our information sales. That's percentage-wise the thing that's changing most. It is a very small part of the pie, but we've seen it grow a lot over the last few years, now exceeding over $500,000 a year and making up 2%, and then finally everything else making up the final sliver there of the 1%. But again, this just shows you how reliant we are and thankful to all the municipalities that support us, the municipal requisition, and of course the province, our largest funding partner. Then going over to the expenses side, as you would expect in a service organization, our people are our biggest cost, and that's the 3/4 of the pie chart there. 75% of all of our expenses end up being the salaries and benefits for the staff. The next largest one is being our technology costs. And when we're looking at what is changing the most percentage-wise, it's the technology. We see this increase year over year. I'm guessing a lot of other organizations see this too. For us, it's our Govern CAMA system, the SAMA View and the MySAMA applications. Cybersecurity has become a pretty big expense for a lot of places over the last few years, making sure the education, insurance, training, and as well preventative measures contracted out are all in place there. Microsoft for the servers, desktop software, all those types of things. And again, this is largely software licensing, and you can see it's at the $2 million a year. After that, we have office leases. We have the travel expenses. Again, when we have over 100 appraisers that are spending a lot of time on the road, travel expenses add up as they're doing the site visits to all across this province. And looking at overall, we have the revenues ended up being $24.1 million, and then the operational expenses here at $23.9 million. So what were some of the other results of this overall? The revenue growth was just over 1%, going from just under 24 million to just over 24 million. Expenses actually decreased year over year, and again, this is largely attributable to vacancies. Some of those vacancies were on purpose and some were not. Again, we had retirements, we had people resign, we had some people on unpaid leave, even more than we planned, and that's really where the savings came into place. And to a lesser extent, we had the decreased legal costs too, which helped us out in that year. And again, just for the reference there, I put the inflation rate up for Canada, which is generally measured at just over 2%. So both our revenues and expenses were well under inflationary levels for that. So when it's all said and done, at the end of last year, that created a surplus of $434,000. Now, with that surplus, though, that did include a draw from reserves of over $250,000. So the actual operational surplus ends up being between $100,000 and $200,000. And just to put that in perspective, when you're talking about a $25 million budget and a payroll of over $17 million, that's only about 1% of our payroll. That's sort of how razor thin the surplus was overall. But again, that's right where we want to be. As a not-for-profit, we don't want to be having big deficits or big surpluses. And that puts our reserves at about $2.4 million at the end of the year. Now, granted, from years ago, when we had over $4 million and have slowly spent that down to avoid having to reduce staffing and services to our clients, we're now in a position where we're holding that more steady and plan to be into the future. And again, those reserves represent between 1 and 2 months of operational costs. We don't have extensive reserves where we could go for months and months. Again, $2.4 million may sound like a lot of money, but out of a $26 million budget as we're going forward, it ends up being just enough to cover 1 or 2 months of expenses. And as well, those reserves, as well as that surplus, is going to allow us to keep our capital projects going forward here in 2026 and 2027, which we have identified as must-dos, that they can't be delayed or put to the side. And again, that'll be funded from the surplus, the reserves, and possibly by also holding a few vacancies moving forward. Now, looking ahead to the current year and future years, again, of course, as a not-for-profit, we have done a break-even budget for 2026 at over $26 million. We were very thankful to receive just over $600,000 in the provincial grant that is really going to help us out, and as well, all our municipal clients through Suma and SARM and the members on our board created a municipal requisition, which generated just under $500,000 in new funds on the requisition, inflationary increases. We're currently developing our 2027 budget and business plan that we'll be presenting to our stakeholders in the next few months, and again, will be finalized here in the early summer. And then in 2027, probably the biggest change that the municipalities, that many of you are going to see, we did send the communication last year, but all of the services that we're doing now for the inspections that are subject to the per property fee, we did make the decision to double that fee from $25 to $50, and that will be reflected. That's the work being done now, but you'll see that in your 2027 requisition. Now, to put that in perspective, at a mileage rate of 60 cents a kilometer and the average staff person costing almost $100 an hour, you can see that this is actually still much less than SAMA's cost to do those inspections. And for many municipalities, if we're coming out to, if it was an example, a new build, yes, the municipality is paying $50 for that, but it is generating new taxation, perhaps on a new house, of thousands of dollars per year that's there every year annually in perpetuity for that one-time fee. So again, very important work, but you will see the doubling of that. The offset of that, of course, is because we're generating so much revenue there, the base requisition increase will be offset by that. So the good news there is we won't see a big jump in the base requisitions for many communities. And with that, I will pass the podium back to John, who will lead us through the Q&A portion of the presentations.
Thank you, Matt, Kevin, and Sean. If you have any questions for them, we have microphones out there. I'll ask you when you come to state your name and who you represent. Also, those online, you'll have to ask through the Slido app, and we can do that. I'll read them off. I should also mention that all the slides you see here today, they're on, it's a Clear event or on the SAMA website, right? So you actually can follow along. I have been there, and it'll bring up the presentations as they go through them, so you can view them on your phone or later on, so they're here. So are there any questions? Nobody? Okay, well, we're going to be going to a coffee break next year. I was sitting back there thinking of one thing, and sometimes in life we take things too serious, and I was just last week at a friend's funeral. He was 89 years old in Shaunavon, and nobody enjoyed life and fun like Gordy Bredall, and he was a hard-working rancher and farmer, and he loved jokes. And one of Gordy's jokes, they were never that great, but his reaction was so good. One of his stories was, he said, well, I was telling the grandkids the old 3-ton wasn't running too good, so I tore the carburetor off, but it was cold outside. So I thought I'd bring it in the house in the kitchen where it was warmer, so I threw some gas in an ice cream pail, and I brought it in, and I was sitting at the table, and I'd take the parts off, and I threw them in the pail to rinse them off. But he said, then I noticed the old house cat came along and drank a whole bunch of the gas on me. And the kids said, what happened? He said, well, he started running around the table, and then he got faster and faster, and pretty soon he was up on the cupboards, and he was doing laps around the wall and getting faster, and then boom, he just dropped to the floor. So was he dead, Grandpa? No, he ran out of gas. Gordy told that at his daughter's wedding instead of the welcome to the family. But anyways, so I don't know how that relates to Sam. I guess if we don't get funding, we run out of gas, so that's the only relevant thing there. But so we'll take a half-hour break here. I don't think, nothing came in on the Slido? No, so we'll take a half-hour break here. Remember the SAMA View and My SAMA, those demonstrations are on over there if you want to talk to them. So we'll be back here in 30 minutes. Thank you. We'll be starting just in a few minutes here. If you want to grab another coffee and take your seats, please. Okay, if I can have your attention here, I'd now like to invite Rodney Audette to the stage for a session that's called What Happens After Value Delivery. Rodney Audette's dedicated over 3 decades to municipal administration in Saskatchewan, holding progressively senior roles across various municipalities. He currently serves as the town manager for White City, a position he assumed in September 2021. So Rodney, if you'd like to come to the stage, welcome.
Good afternoon, or good morning, I guess, yet still. I'd like to thank Myron and the board and Sean for the opportunity to speak to you. Well, actually, I don't want to thank you. I looked at the agenda, and I gave this presentation at the staff AGM, and they said, we'd like you to make a presentation, and we'll give you 15 minutes. Sounds good. 15 minutes is awesome. They said, would you like to do the same thing at the AGM in Saskatoon? I said, sure. I look at the agenda, and it's 45 minutes. So that gives me 2 options. One, talk real slow, or to take 2 minutes in between each slide. But I won't do either. So no, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about what happens after value delivery from a municipal administration or a municipal perspective, and how SAMA's work impacts our communities and our municipalities. So understanding the municipal role after SAMA delivers property value data. I'm going to provide an introduction to value delivery, SAMA's role in property assessment, the initial municipal review of the valuation data, validating the assessment data, municipal budgeting, planning, the economic impacts of assessments, policy and governance decisions, and supporting community development, challenges, and considerations, all which actually reflect on values provided from SAMA. So before I begin, I would actually like a show of hands to hear who knows what the revaluation cycle is. right? Everyone should be putting up their hands. It's 4 years, right? We get new values every 4 years. Well, in my life, and I know I have a couple of colleagues in the room here that are a little older than I am that are still in the business. I won't mention Greg Wallin from the Southeast. Our municipal career started prior to when revaluation cycles were even a thing. So when I first started, we were providing, or SAMA was providing us values based on 1965 dates. And that followed all the way through to 1997, through the first revaluation cycle that we now know today. So dating myself, but I want to acknowledge that we're in a much better place with regards to the values that SAMA provides to municipalities and the information that we then provide to our ratepayers. So I'm going to begin by highlighting a lesser-known part of the aspect of property assessment process, and that's, of course, our municipal role, which begins after the SAMA delivers the property valuation data. Now, for a lot of people, the next slide would be after SAMA delivers the values to the municipal offices. What's next? It would be the end, and it won't be the end here. While SAMA's primary responsibility is to provide accurate and standardized property assessments to its members, the real impact of the data is realized at the municipal level. It is municipalities that take this information and translate it into meaningful action within their communities. Municipal governments rely on assessment data to make critical decisions that ultimately influence local governance, economic development, and community well-being. From setting tax policy and developing budgets to planning for growth and responding to residents, assessment information plays a central role in shaping both fiscal decisions and service delivery in municipalities. So my goal today is to shed some light on how municipalities interpret and apply this data, and how these decisions collectively shape the fiscal and social landscapes of municipalities in Saskatchewan. So by better understanding this process, stakeholders can appreciate the broader implications of property assessment and recognize the collaborative potential that exists between SAMA and local governments in supporting effective, transparent, and well-informed municipal decision-making. SAMA plays a foundational role in the property assessment ecosystem by delivering fair, transparent, and legislatively guided property valuations to municipalities across Saskatchewan. These assessments are standardized to ensure consistency and equity across all the jurisdictions, and they form the technical basis for our local taxation systems. It's important to recognize that SAMA's role typically concludes once the assessment data has been delivered. What follows, how municipalities interpret, validate, contextualize, and ultimately use that data is a critical phase of the process, yet one that is often less visible and sometimes less understood. The next stage is where local context matters the most. Municipalities must review and apply assessment information in ways that reflect their unique fiscal circumstances, service demands, growth pressures, and community expectations. In some cases, regional considerations or shared economic conditions also influence how assessment data is understood and used. The section underscores an important distinction. While SAMA is responsible for integrity, accuracy, and consistency of the data itself, municipalities, of course, are responsible for transforming the data into policy and decision-making tools that support their priorities. Together, these roles ensure that assessment systems function effectively and delivers value at both the provincial and, of course, the community level. Upon receiving the valuation role from SAMA, municipal administrations, financial officers begin an internal review process that serves as the first point of municipal engagement with the assessment data. This early stage focuses on assessing the information for overall consistency and logic, comparing it to prior assessment roles and identifying any significant or unexpected changes in property values. And this is more integral when we go to the revaluation cycle, so the year of receiving new information, for example. These initial reviews are essential for aligning the new assessment data with existing fiscal projections and for preparing the municipality for deeper and more detailed verification efforts. They allow staff to anticipate potential impacts on taxation, revenue stability, and financial planning before any formal decisions are made by their councils. By conducting this preliminary analysis, municipalities can identify shifts in property values early and ensure that there are no unexpected changes that could disrupt budgeting, service delivery, or long-term planning. This proactive approach supports informed decision-making and helps prevent downstream issues later in the budget and taxation process. Importantly, this step sets the foundation for more detailed validation and engagement, reinforcing the value of localized knowledge and scrutiny in maintaining the integrity and reliability of the overall assessment process. Through this initial review, municipalities play a critical role in ensuring that assessment data is both technically sound and appropriate for local application. Validation is a critical phase where municipalities verify the accuracy and the fairness of the assessment data provided. This may involve comparing data with neighboring municipalities, investigating significant value changes. For example, in the case of rural municipalities, administrators will be reviewing 293 exemptions to ensure that the revaluation rollover has been completed properly and those properties are brought back into the mix. This also can apply for a review in rural cases, in most rural cases, review of oil field in areas where there's oil field, well field sites, abandoned sites, to ensure that there is a proper rollover with regards to those sites in revaluation years. Larger municipalities may also cross-reference the assessment data with local development records to ensure alignment. These steps help detect inconsistencies and validate the rationale behind property value changes. By engaging in a thorough validation, municipalities uphold tax fairness and foster community trust. The process also illustrates how municipalities add value through localized oversight, ensuring that assessments reflect the unique characteristics and developments within their own jurisdictions. Once municipalities are satisfied that the assessment data is accurate, the next step is to understand the broader context behind those numbers. It's at this stage the focus shifts from validation to interpretation, examining what the changes mean and why they may be occurring. Both urban and rural municipalities commonly compare their assessment trends with those neighboring communities and, in some cases, across the broader region. These comparisons help establish a reference point and provide perspective on whether valuation changes are unique to a single municipality or part of a wider pattern. One example of this would be in the late 90s, this was 2005, when there was a change in the income approach on some commercial property values. And this was reflective of hotels, motels, and bars in local communities. Some communities saw dramatic changes in the valuations of hotels and motels. And due to this complexity and narrow sales data, huge shifts were seen from community to community. Of course, administratively, once these comparisons were made, a number of jurisdictions in conversation with SAMA were able to find some corrections with regards to the valuations to ensure valuation integrity in the small communities. Similar in the mid-2010s, as another example, we saw huge increases province-wide to recreational property valuations. Municipalities, as part of their review process, did a cross-jurisdictional comparison in some areas, and again, in some cases, there were some corrections that were able to be made. RM to RM, or urban to urban, comparisons are frequently used by administrators to explain assessment movements to council and stakeholders before tax policy decisions are considered. This comparative analysis helps clarify whether shifts are the result of local developments, zoning changes, or assessment adjustments, or whether they are being driven by broader regional or market-wide forces across the province. Understanding this context is critical. It allows municipalities to communicate assessment changes more clearly, it reduces the risk of misinterpretation, and it supports informed, evidence-based decision-making as they move toward budget and taxation decisions in municipal offices. While assessment data across the province originates from the same source, the way it is analyzed and applied can differ significantly between urban and rural municipalities. These differences reflect the distinct characteristics, growth patterns, and service demands of each type of community. Urban municipalities often focus their analysis on how changes in assessment relate to growth, density, and redevelopment. In these settings, assessment trends can be closely tied to infrastructure planning, service levels, and long-term capital needs. Understanding where growth is occurring helps urban administration anticipate pressures on roads, utilities, and other community amenities like recreation. Rural municipalities, slight by contrast, may place greater emphasis on land values, acreages, and the balance between agricultural, residential, and commercial properties. Assessment analysis in rural context often centers on how development, subdivision, or land use changes affect the overall tax mix and the equitable distribution of tax burden across a geographically larger area. In both cases, the objective is not to challenge the values that are provided, but to clearly explain how assessment changes influence tax distribution and revenue stability. This understanding enables administration to provide clear, informed guidance to Council and support transparent, defensible tax policy decisions. Assessment trend analysis allows municipality to translate highly technical assessment data into meaningful governance decisions, including, most notably, tax policy decisions. On its own, assessment data can be very complex. Trend analysis provides the context needed to understand what the data is telling us and how it may inform municipal action. Councils rely on this broader context when setting budgets and determining mill rates. Understanding assessment trends helps explain shifts in taxation outcomes and supports informed discussions about revenue needs, service levels, and financial sustainability. It also equips municipalities to respond more effectively to the public concerns about equity and fairness in the taxation system. Being able to demonstrate that similar assessment trends are occurring across the region or within comparable municipalities can be particularly valuable. This perspective can help reduce resident frustration by showing that changes are not isolated or arbitrary, but influenced by wider market and/or regional factors. In turn, this transparency can help build trust between municipalities and the public we serve. These insights are also enable municipalities to provide informed and constructive feedback back to SAMA. When local governments understand how assessment trends are playing out on the ground, they are better positioned to engage in meaningful dialogue and continuous improvement within the assessment system. And finally, by strengthening their understanding of both regional and local trends, municipalities can enhance communication with their residents. Clear expectations of assessment outcomes help demystify the process, support public understanding, and encourage more informed community engagement around taxation and municipal decision-making. Assessment data serves as the fiscal foundation for municipal budgeting and planning. Once validated, municipalities use the data in conjunction with local mill rates to project property tax revenues. These projections directly influence budgeting forecasting, infrastructure planning, and service delivery. For example, municipalities, of course, will allocate funds for essential services such as policing, fire protection, waste management, recreation services, and facilities based on the revenue estimates. And again, these revenue estimates are based on valuations provided by assessment. The assessment data also helps guide decisions on infrastructure investments, ensuring that spending aligns with community needs and available resources. This underscores the transformative power of SAMA's data, which shapes the financial direction and service priorities of communities. Beyond municipal finance, assessment data may influence the broader local economy. Fair and stable assessments enhance the public's perceptions of tax fairness, which in turn supports business confidence and attracts investments within the community. In larger municipalities, however, applicable to almost all, developers and investors may evaluate communities based on local tax burdens, which are rooted in property assessment. Accurate assessments prevent tax shifts that could deter residential or commercial growth, thereby supporting sustainable development. In larger centers, assessment data also highlights important economic signals embedded within the local markets and development patterns. When properly understood, these signals can help inform and guide local investment decisions by providing insight into growth areas, market demand, and long-term economic trends. By maintaining the integrity and the credibility of the assessment system, municipalities help foster a stable and predictable economic environment, one that supports investor confidence and encourages sustainable growth and development. Assessment data plays an essential role in forming municipal policy and governance. It supports zoning and land use planning by revealing trends in development or decline. And for instance, a surge in residential development may prompt rezoning initiatives or infrastructure expansion, all with impacts on assessment. Again, perhaps more subjective to larger urban centers, municipalities can use assessment data to identify areas that are growing, stagnating, or in need of reinvestment. Some examples of this in some larger urban municipalities would be downtown core revitalization projects. Estevan just went through a phase of one. Regina's warehouse district is another example of it. And decades ago, Moose Jaw. All those reinvestments provided for an enhancement of assessment within their community. This information can guide long-term community strategies and help align policy decisions with actual development patterns. By integrating assessment data into government's frameworks, municipalities can make informed decisions that shape the physical and social futures of their communities. Assessment data underpins community development by enabling equitable service delivery and providing the revenue foundation needed to fund public amenities. As we know, municipalities rely on property tax revenues directly informed by assessment data to invest in essential services, public spaces, housing initiatives, and social supports. These investments play a vital role in enhancing the quality of life and in building resilient, attractive communities within the province. Examples include funding for water and wastewater treatment plants, library expansions, recreational facilities, and the ongoing maintenance of parks and public spaces, amenities that residents depend on every day. While SAMA as an organization may not directly witness these outcomes on the ground, it is the assessment data that is instrumental in making them possible. This connection highlights the very real human impact of assessment information and underscores the importance of fostering inclusive, sustainable, and vibrant communities across Saskatchewan. Despite its importance, the effective use of assessment data is not without its challenges. Municipal capacity varies significantly across the province, with small urban and rural municipalities often facing limitations on staff time, staff technical expertise, and the analytical resources needed to fully interpret and apply the data. Public understanding presents another ongoing challenge. Many residents tend to conflate changes in property assessment with tax increases, which can lead, of course, to misconceptions, some frustration, and concerns about fairness. Without clear explanation of the technical nature of assessment, this can be difficult to communicate in a meaningful and accessible way to residents. Additionally, SAMA receives limited systematic feedback from municipalities on how assessment data is used once it's delivered. This can also constrain opportunities to identify issues early, share best practices, or refine tools and supports that could improve local application of assessment information. Together, these challenges highlight the need for stronger communication, targeted capacity building, and more effective feedback mechanisms between SAMA and its municipalities that it serves. Addressing these areas has the potential to enhance the overall effectiveness of the assessment process, support more informed decision-making, and strengthen the collaborative relationship between SAMA and its client municipalities. See, it wasn't going to be that long. In conclusion, believe it or not, SAMA's role in property assessment extends well beyond data delivery. The valuation data provided by SAMA becomes the foundation for our financial, economic, and social decision-making in municipalities across the province, whether that be urban or rural. I hope I've encouraged everyone to rethink what assessment value is when it is brought to the municipal office, and that it's not just a numerical term, but in terms of governance, community development, and collaboration, SAMA's valuations have substantial meaning. There is a significant opportunity to deepen an understanding of how assessment data may be used and foster stronger relationships between SAMA and its municipalities that it serves, as well as the residents and those looking at investing in our communities and municipalities. I thank you for your time and attention. Please enjoy the rest of the SAMA AGM, and remember, always engage with your colleagues and peers. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney. We're a bit ahead of schedule here. Kalinda and Bryce, would you mind coming up and doing the update now? Okay, and then we'll get everybody out of here earlier. So I'll bring up Kalinda Johnson and Bryce True. Kalinda heads the assessment for the city of Regina. She's a country girl from Borkdale. And Bryce, do you want to come up at the same time, and you can both just stay up here and then... Our agenda is kind of a moving target, I'm sorry. But we're ahead of schedule. We might as well get you out of here a little earlier. It's supposed to be storming. So, Kalinda, I'll turn it over to you. There's a clicker down here.
Perfect. Good morning. As John mentioned, I'm Kalinda Johnson. I'm the City Assessor with the City of Regina. So just a look at what's new in Regina. Since our last update, the City of Regina's City Manager role has been filled with an interim position. Our City Manager was released, I suppose, by City Council in April, and so our interim City Manager, Jim Nickel, has been in place since then. The City has also received a resignation notice from our CFO, Darren Anderson, effective May 1st. So Darren's been with the City since January of 2025 and will be leaving in May. Council recently passed motion related to the creation of a subclass in derelict properties. This new subclass will come into effect January 1st, 2028. The work for our assessment branch begins in 2026 with collaboration of bylaw enforcement on identifying any properties that may fall into that subclass. A property placed into that subclass will see an impact of 5 times the mill rate for their property taxes. So a property that has an $800 municipal mill rate or municipal taxes will now see property taxes of $4,000 until that property is remedied and removed from the derelict subclass. There's also a report going to Council in June of this year regarding the creation of a subclass for standalone surface parking lots in our downtown. The aim of Council is to incentivize development in the downtown. And finally, a request for proposal has been released for the development plans on the old rail yards. Hot topics for assessment. As Kevin mentioned earlier, City of Regina and City of Saskatoon have been taking the brunt of appeals in this province. In 2026, we have 704 assessment appeals filed at the Board of Revision. Our hearings will start on May 11th. Our roll opened on January 15th and closed February 17th. Of those 704 appeals, approximately 150 are annual revised appeals, so we'll have about 550 properties under appeal. The last day for decisions currently with the Board of Revision is July 14th, unless there's an extension requested from the Board of Revision to our City Council. 2025 appeals are starting to be heard at the Saskatchewan Municipal Board. To date, we've had 9 withdrawals, 4 hearings on a total of 53 properties, with another 5 hearings of 35 properties scheduled in May and June, and that leaves 401 properties left to be heard at the SMB for 2025. Little update on our building permit activity. Now, these numbers are related to 2024 and 25. Building permit activity remains strong in the city of Regina. Building permits continuing to grow throughout the residential and commercial areas. These numbers include all forms of construction, from new construction to basement development to commercial tenant fit-ups. Building demolitions in 2025 are up. Part of that reason is the work that's been done by our bylaw enforcement on nuisance properties who are non-compliant. Just a quick look at assessment growth. So very minimal growth between 25 and 26. Some of this will come into play with the recalculation of some of our models due to appeals, but you can see that we're slightly, continuing to slightly grow. A little bit more about assessment appeals. So in 2025, the Board of Revision had 4 appeal groupings that they delivered no decision on. This is a first for us. Those 4 groups of properties have been appealed to the SMB and were subsequently denied. Leave is now being sought at the Court of King's Bench on those properties. Legal counsel for the City of Regina as well as the appellants are in agreement and in discussion of how to proceed. Court of Appeal, so 2021, we still have properties at the Court of Appeal for offices and retail. They've since been submitted back to the SMB for a trial de novo or a new hearing. The hearing date has not been scheduled yet, but we anticipate early 2027. And finally, our priorities. So our priorities for 2026, preparation is underway for the 2029 revaluation. That includes sales verification on commercial and residential properties. Our priority is also the implementation of the derelict properties motion to create the subclass for these properties. Succession planning continues as we continue to see staff retire. It takes 5 to 7 years to build a person up to a full working assessor. So having employees with 30 years experience retiring creates a large hole to fill. And finally, our CAMA modernization, so our mass appraisal computer system continues, the upgrades continue. This has been ongoing for the last few years, and we continue to work on changing our Oracle database to a .NET form. Any questions? None? Yep. So it doesn't come into play until 2028. So we will work with our bylaw group to determine what is a derelict property. It's going to have to be something clearly defined because it is a change in a tax class. It can be appealed. So we will be working with them to clearly define. Edmonton is the only jurisdiction in Canada that currently uses this. And so they work with their bylaw and their assessors to go out to define it. It will be likely something that we have to review probably on a quarterly basis, to be honest, because at any point in time, those properties can flip back and forth. So it's something we're working to develop a process on to determine how often do we review the properties, what meets compliance, the like, to get them out of that property tax class. Yeah, so through bylaw, it will work in conjunction with bylaw. And so bylaw has a little bit more punitive action as far as, ordering remedy and demolition and the like, whereas tax is really just is one focus. If they go into tax arrears and give up the property to the city, it's now the city's property, right? So it's kind of a way of tackling from both sides of getting them to comply from a bylaw perspective. If they don't, we can demolish it, and you saw like our demo permits are up. Otherwise, it's the taxation method of penalizing them until they become compliant. But will we get more properties out of it? It's hard to say.
It'd be nice to keep informed on how it goes. But you say Edmonton is, they have that in place right now.
Edmonton started with a smaller chunk. I think they did what they called the mature area of Edmonton, and now they're expanding it citywide. This is a citywide initiative right off the bat for the city of Regina. So 2028, it comes into play, but our work starts now. Communication with the property owners, letting them know that's where we think they're going to be, having those discussions and encouraging them to fix up their properties.
It'd be interesting to know how it goes.
Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kalinda. I'll have Bryce True come up here. Bryce has got a background in, well, his dad was an administrator and your uncle's currently an administrator, right? So Bryce True with the City of Saskatoon.
Thank you. And yeah, my great grandma was an MLA and my grandpa was a Reeve for several years as well. All growing up, I told myself I'd never get into public service, but didn't work out very well. So here I am. All right. So as mentioned, my name is Bryce True. I'm the city assessor for the City of Saskatoon. So Saskatoon in 2025, our estimated population is about 316,400. We're seeing about a growth rate of about 1.5% to 3.5% a year. I've had several of you comment just about how big the city is growing. I know if you go out into the outskirts of the city, it's certainly every time you go, there's about 50 new houses. So it's growing quite a bit. In 2025, our assessment, taxable assessment grew $578 million. So that is along with appeal losses that we had. So we're seeing a majority of that growth coming from residential properties and multifamily. Big increase in Saskatoon is the multifamily developments that are currently going on. Obviously, with some of the housing crisis issues that we're going with, that is a good sign to see that development. So with that, our taxable assessment base is now $48.4 billion, and that helped on our mill rate for 2026. It was on the indicative rate that had an impact of about $4.1 million. We currently have about 103,500 parcels in Saskatoon, which relates to a total assessment of 60 billion. As I mentioned before, that was our taxable assessment. This includes all of our exempt and not applying the percentage of value. So of those roll numbers, about 97,000 are single family or multifamily, and about 6,500 are commercial properties. Our 2026 assessment roll opened on January 5th and closed on February 6th. Our amended notices for 12-month for properties that had changes effective January 1st just ended last Friday. So our property owners should be seeing all those assessments going out, which will reflect changes to their assessment and be impacted by our tax bills that will go out in May. This does also include a massive project that we had to do this year. We had to revise our warehouse model as a result of some of the decisions we got back from 2025. We took those decisions, applied them into our new models, and had to reassess all of our warehouse properties for 2026. Our mill rate is set to be approved by our council in April. And our property taxes are set to go out in May, starting, I believe, May 4th is when they'll start going into the mail. So it's a pretty quick turnaround from our council approving our mill rates and then sending our tax bills to our customers, which will be due June 30th. Our office is made up of 29 assessment professionals. So this year, as Councillor Dubois pointed out earlier this morning, I have the privilege of working with a great team. This year, we actually had 5 of our staff get their LASs. So right now, we're at about 64% of our staff is currently fully qualified and to do assessment work, which means that we don't have to oversee all the work that they're doing and that they have that knowledge base and that they're able to do the assessment work without being supervised. And also just, again, building that knowledge base. So great to see. About 4 or 5 years ago, we were at about 20%. So again, really starting to build up some of our knowledge base that we lost when we had several retirements occur about 5-6 years ago. Our annual budget is about $3.7 million for our office, so that works out to roughly around $35 a property for the cost per property in the city of Saskatoon. As Sama has been so quickly to point out over the last few years, the city of Saskatoon and Regina are taking that brunt of the appeals that they're saving on. So as you can see on this chart, 2025 and 2026 are both record years for us in terms of number of appeals. The complexity of those appeals continue to go up as well. So it is a big chunk of the cost and the resources that we have to put our staff to is attending to these appeals and making sure that we put our best forward in our defensive value. After our 2025 assessment, so currently a single-family property is just under $400,000 is the median assessment for the city of Saskatoon. Residential condominiums, you're looking at just under $216,000, and then our average multi-residential property is about just under $2 million. Also, as mentioned, as you may have heard from Sama, we are looking forward to our 2029 reassessment. So a big chunk of what we're doing right now, collecting data. We've just recently sent out all of our RFIs, so requests for income and expense information for property owners. Hopefully everyone will have those into us by June 30th so we can start doing our analysis and our vetting of that information because as you've heard with the complexity of appeals, ensuring that our data is accurate and can meet the scrutiny that comes under appeals, it does take a big chunk of our time and a big chunk of our work towards 2029 is making sure that data is correct. And the other thing that we'll be doing in the summer of 2026 is stakeholder engagement. So this is mostly around the commercial properties that we're looking to value. We want to get out there and see what property managers, see what real estate agents, commercial real estate agents are seeing in the marketplace. So when we go to develop our models, after we get all that data, we want to make sure that we're looking at that data properly. We're coming up with what's actually happening in the market so we can make sure that we reflect that for our 2029 reassessments. Looking ahead for the rest of 2026, our supplementary assessments will start going out July. So that is for any property that has made changes or was built for less than 12 months. So we'll start sending out those property taxes or those property assessment notices, and then property tax notices will follow. A couple big projects, technology-wise, something that we're really trying to invest in the city of Saskatoon. Our council has been gracious enough to give us some funding for next year. The first thing that we're working on is an online property tax portal. And this is something where our residents or property owners will be able to log in and get more access quicker and get more access to their assessment and property tax and utility information a lot faster because when we're going through that appeal process, it is a long process. So if we can avoid some of that administrative work that we currently do, trying to get information out to property owners, they can do that online, they can self-serve a little bit. Hopefully that'll help. So it's a big project we're looking into. And the other major project we're looking at is our camera replacement. So right now we're in the process of requests for information, seeing what's out there, seeing what we can do to try and find some efficiencies, find some better practices, and provide a better service to our taxpayers. So looking forward to that, and we have funding for that for 2027. So hopefully we'll spend this year trying to figure out what's out there, what we want, what's going to help us, and go forward with this project in 2027. So that is not me again. I've done this before with you, Andrew, but any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. And Glenda and Bryce both participate in our city advisory meetings all the time and also our city assessor meetings. So thank you again for your participation. The next thing we have is lunch. We got 45 minutes scheduled for this. Just you can stay at your table. The Prairieland crew will come get you when it's your turn to go up and go into the buffet. So we'll be back here in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. must be on my way. The time is drawing near. My train is going, I see it in your eyes. The love, the need, your tears. But I'll be lonely without you, and I'll need your love to see me through. So please believe me, my heart is in your hand, and I'll be missing you. 'Cause you know it's you, babe. Whenever I get weary and I've had enough, feel like giving up, you know it's you, babe. Giving me the courage and the strength I need. Please believe that it's true. Babe, I love you. You know it's you, babe. Whenever I get weary and I've had enough, feel like giving up, you know it's you, babe. Giving me the courage and the strength I need. Please believe that it's true. Babe, I love you. Babe, I'm leaving. I'll say it once again. And somehow try to smile. I know the feeling we're trying to forget. If only for a while. 'Cause I'll be lonely without you, and I'll need your love to see me through. So please believe me, my heart is in your hands, 'cause I'll be missing you. Babe, I love you. Babe, I love you. Ooh, babe. If I could save time in a bottle, the first thing that I'd like to do is to save every day till eternity passes away, just to spend them with you. If I could make days last forever, if words could make wishes come true, I'd save every day like a treasure, and then again I would spend them with you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things you want to do once you find them. I've looked around enough to know you're the one I want to go through time with. box just for wishes and dreams that had never come true. The box would be empty except for the memory of how they were answered by you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things you want to do once you find them. I've looked around enough to know you're the one I want to go through time with. I did my best, but I guess my best wasn't good enough. 'Cause here we are back where we were before. Seems nothing ever changes. We're back to being strangers, wondering if we ought to stay or head on out the door. Just once, can we figure out what we keep doing wrong? just can't live without your loving and affection, giving me direction like a guiding light to help me through my darkest hour. Lately I'm a praying that you'll always be a staying beside me. Used to be my life was just emotions passing by, feeling all the while I never really knowing why. Lately I'm a praying that you'll always be a staying sail on down the line about half a mile or so, and don't really wanna know where you're going. Maybe once or twice you see, time after time I try to hold on to what we got, but now you're going. And I don't mind about the things you're gonna say, Lord. I gave all my money and my time. I know it's a shame, but I'm giving you back your name. Guess I'll be on my way. I won't be back to stay. I guess I'll move along. I'm looking for a good time. Sail on down the line, ain't it funny how the time can go on? Friends say they told me so, but it doesn't matter. It was plain to see that a small town boy like me just wasn't your cup of tea. I was wishful thinking. I gave you my heart, and I tried to make you happy, and you gave me nothing in return. You know it ain't so you to come round here no more. I beg you for mercy. You don't know how strong my weakness is or how much it hurts me. 'Cause when you say it's over with him, I want to believe it's true. So I let you in
We'll be starting here in about 5 minutes, so if you want to grab something for the table, about 5 minutes.
Wasted all those years. Nothing had the chance to be good. Nothing ever could, yeah. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. Wasted all my tears. Wasted all of those years. Cause nothing ever on. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. It's all I have to say. I feel like this is the beginning. Though I loved you for a million years.
Okay, we're ready to start here, everybody. If we could have everyone give the Prairieland staff a round of applause for that excellent meal. Thank you. I'm now going to call up our Managing Director for Technical Standards and Policy, Andrew Workman, and he's going to give us a session on looking ahead for the 2029 reval. So, Andrew?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. And yeah, it was a wonderful lunch, and I always make a joke that they put the policy guy right after lunch. And I thought I was getting away with it, but we moved the agenda ahead. I also, every time I see the photo, I have to draw attention to it, my mustache photo. You'll notice I don't have a mustache any longer. When your wife says you look like the guy on the Pringles can, you tend to take some corrective action. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Andrew Workman. I started at SAMA some time ago in the industrial units. I was the industrial unit manager before moving to technical standards and policy in 2020. And so we're here to talk a little bit about the revaluation and a look ahead to 2029. And at its basis, a revaluation is nothing more than an update of value to capture changes over 4 years. That's what a revaluation is. That's what the cycle is. So we'll have some discussions about that. I'll talk about technical standards and policy, an overview of the division, how the revaluation fits, the changes to the publications that are already in progress that we've been working on. Sean mentioned some assessment basics. I'm going to expand on that a little bit in terms of how revaluation and property valuation changes and the importance of inspections. I'll discuss some of the trends that we're already seeing across the province. And so we do a lot of trending in TS&P. We spend a great deal of time monitoring things and watching. So we'll share some of the high-level trends that we've seen. And lastly, I want to touch on innovation and quality initiatives that we've had some discussion on today already, and how TS&P is fitting into that broader framework. So in terms of TS&P, or technical standards and policy, we're kind of 4 main areas that drive or determine what we do. The first is governance and policy. We spend a great deal of time communicating with government relations. We need to make sure that our policies fit within a legislative framework. And I'm going to talk about some of the legislation today. And it's important because if your policy doesn't fit within the legislation, you've got a serious problem as you look to make changes across the province. We do coordination and oversight. We also work closely with the assessment service providers and in fact, the assessment service division at SAMA. And part of that is making sure that we have the legislative framework, we have the policy framework, is the output matching both of those things. Another key function or key area that we focus on is stakeholder engagement. And in Saskatchewan, we spend a great deal of time working on stakeholder engagement. You've heard us talk about the advisory committees. I'm going to talk about specific targeted consultations with industry groups. Today is a good example of stakeholder consultation where we're reaching out to folks to let them know what's going on. And so lastly, there are assessment best practices. And yes, there are assessment best practices, but I also view that if we've done the first 3 steps within TS&P correctly, assessment best practices is the result. If we're following the legislation and we have sound policy and we've spoken to the stakeholder groups, we should have the best practices as a result. And so if we want to think about it, the first step, the first platform that we look at, legislation. That must be the base. The next must be the policy, and then finally communicating out any changes in the first 2 steps. So turning our attention, I got ahead of myself. Turning our attention to the legislative framework and what we're looking at, Sean mentioned earlier that there are 2 broad valuation standards. The first is the regulated, the second is the market value. And the regulated standard, very simply is, follow these steps, you will come to a value, and in order to get to that value, you must follow the steps. In terms of market value, we look to the market, to the sales, to help inform what the ultimate outcome of valuation will be. We've also talked already about the revaluation and the cycle, and it's part of what I'm here talking about. It's important to note that the 4-year cycle is legislated. It's a step 1 item. And so when we're talking about policy, we can't use policy to alter a step 1 item. We can't change the legislation that way. I also want to mention that there's the base date lag, or the reval base date lag. And also in legislation, although a little bit of flexibility, 24 months has been chosen as the base date lag to provide stability and room to do analysis and all manner of things. So we have the step 1, we've got the base. One of the core things that TSNP does in terms of policy are the publications. And there's three main publications that we look after. The first is the cost guide, which is a non-regulated document, but it is tied to the base year. The second is the Saskatchewan Assessment Manual. That's the regulated manual, so that's the one where you gotta follow those rules, also tied to the base year. And we have the Market Value Handbook, not tied to the base year, but is best practices for certain property types. And as an example of something that's contained in there are grain elevators, high throughput concrete grain elevators, steel bin elevators. So when you're looking for guidance on how to value a property, you can go there, you can go to the manual if it's regulated, the cost guide if you are on a market value property. We also, within our division, put out a fair number of guidelines and bulletins. So we review these up to the base date, and they're instructional documents to help with difficult valuation practices. And so those are also updated, reviewed at the base date anyhow. So we're still on platform 2, still on step 2, talking about those policy items. And I mentioned the core publications. What we use, by and large, as the underpinning of commercial and residential valuations is called the Marshall and Swift Valuator. It's industry recognized, it's used across North America, and it helps maintain consistency for the 2029 revaluation. And so I want to take a minute here to talk about those two documents, those Marshall and Swift Valuation Service and the Residential Cost Handbook. And you can see that these update right before the base year. And so it's kind of like, well, pump the brakes. We just talked about how we delivered a revaluation last year. We're already working on the next revaluation. We're already moving forward, driving to 2029, certainly in the policy side of things, but you also heard Kevin talk earlier about some of the sales things that they're looking at. So let's dig into how the revaluation all fits. As I mentioned, we just delivered a revaluation, and now we're looking at doing another revaluation. And so when we say it's a cycle, it is just that. As soon as you finish one, you start the next one. In terms of some more policy items, you'll see that these board orders were approved last year already. So in 2025, we set the revaluation base date order, which sets the reval base date, the market value evidence order, and the quality assurance standard order. So these were all done by the SAMA board. I want to take a second on the reval base date order, because we're talking about 2029, and this is referencing 2027. And so what we need to think about is the revaluation base date is the snap of the line that says that's what we're looking at. Every property is valued to that date. But we still need additional time after the fact to discuss sales information, modeling, analysis. All of those things still have to happen. We need to deliver preliminary values to the provincial government in 2028 so that they can do tax policy planning. So we can't skip over the orders because we wouldn't have a revaluation, and those need to be in place so that the mechanization can keep rolling forward to determine the rates, Marshall and Swift, the policy changes that we're looking at. So the revaluation base date is January 1 of 27. We have to update the manual and the guide to that date. We need the Marshall and Swift information under contract from them, and then we need to get those thousands of rates into the CAMA system ready for 2027 so that SAMA, or Assessment Services, can begin their modeling analysis. So everything is moving in lockstep as we go through. And, you know, when we're talking about the revaluation as something we want to look at, it really is a SAMA-wide endeavor. In terms of the overall preparation of the timeline, We're finalizing that revaluation policy. As I mentioned, it started in 2025. By 2027, we need to have the policy in place. The 2027 base is required earlier so that we can do system testing finalization, because we can't just say, okay, well, we have until January 1st. We need lead up time to get there, and we need that full time frame of 2 years to make it happen. And so I've included this slide on the milestones, and it kind of takes us from the end of this year through to 2028 in the lead up to the revaluation in 2029. And if we look at the first part of that slide in terms of the advisories, well, that's a platform 3, that's a step 3, that's stakeholder. But you'll note immediately after that, it needs to be approved by the board. So that's a step 2, that's a policy. And then assessment service providers start doing their work, and in February of 27, we have to have ministerial approval of the manual, which is kind of like a step 1. And finally, in 28, preliminary values to the ministry, which is also a step 1. And so I'm a relatively large guy and I don't tap dance, but we are up and down those stairs throughout the next 2 years in the lead up to the revaluation. So I've kind of laid the framework from technical standards and policy. How did we arrive there? What do we do? What are we looking at? And this has actually culminated into the changes to the publications. And the final step before we do any changes to the publications comes down to consultation. That step 3 item that I'm talking about. And so SAMA's consultation model is to connect with stakeholder groups, industry groups, CAP, EPAC, the Sask Mining Association, all of those groups. We do a ton of research into the models and the changes that are being proposed. We model that research out. We take a look at it, we try to verify exactly what's happening. We do trend analysis or impact analysis, and we communicate that out via consultation with those advisory committees. We also need approval from the board before we can consider taking any policy changes forward. And finally, in the case of the manual, that regulated document, we require ministerial approval. So that's how we ultimately end up with a revaluation and the manuals and guides and the stakeholder consultation. So we've had a fair amount of discussion about stakeholder engagement and what that looks like. The advisory committees, the other sector reviews, as I said, the meeting here today. I'm doing pretty good for time, so I gotta share a story with you. I'm fortunate. My wife and I were recently able to get a lake property, and so we've been there for a number of years. And when you turn 40, there's a joke making the rounds that if you're a man, you must get into World War II history, smoking meat, or bird watching. Those are your 3 options. So, because I'm at a lake, I opted for step 3 of that process. I am a bird watcher. I have a Wi-Fi bird feeder, takes pictures, tells you what the bird is. I know, it's more exciting than policy. Anyhow, it occurred to me one day, I really like ravens and crows. And I couldn't, what is the difference between a very small raven and a very large crow? And so I looked it up. And it turns out that while the bird is in flight, if you examine the wings, at the trailing edge are what's called pinion feathers. And a raven has an extra one, and a crow has one less. So the difference between a very small raven and a very large crow is a matter of opinion. Okay, yeah, it's hot up here, I'm sorry. So why did I tell that factual, 100% true? I want to talk about what stakeholder consultation looks like, because it is so important for what we do as an agency. Quick show of hands, who here has oil and gas in their municipality? Yeah, a good fair few of you, usually sitting at the back. It's generally what happens. They will be familiar with the multilateral well discussion. And so if you have a single conventional well, you have a straw going down and it pumps oil. And there's been changes over the years, culminating now with what's called a multilateral well. And the straw comes down and the well feathers out. And they can have 10, 15, 20 completions on a multilateral well. And so, from one wellhead and one set of tubing, you can have multiple sets of production combined together. If you're an oil and gas municipality, that well is far less valuable from an assessment standpoint than 10, 15, or 20 conventional wells. That's because the step one stuff, the legislation, often precludes what we can do under the surface. And so from their perspective, an assessment of a multilateral well is a risk in terms of their assessment base. But let's consider the company perspective. And we are in consultations right now for the next manual with companies. And what they're saying is, well, you have mechanisms in place within the Saskatchewan Assessment Manual that allow for low production. We get a reduction to our assessment based on low producing wells. But in the modern era of well drilling and design, it will become increasingly impossible for us to ever qualify as a low producing well. The production adjustment factor is based on old technology you must update in order to account for new production methodologies. So is a multilateral well a raven or a crow? Which one is it? And two things can be true. And from a policy standpoint and from a stakeholder standpoint, our way through this is to use fact-based, data-driven approaches to determine the correct way forward, or at the very least to present options to a group of stakeholders. So in practice, we are always willing to discuss these issues. We always want to talk about assessment. Often the problem is finding people that reciprocate. We do targeted sector reviews, as I mentioned. We have the advisory committees, and we will speak with anybody who would like to have more discussion on assessment matters. So with that, I'm going to move into some things that are already in flight, that we're already looking at. In terms of some changes to the commercial and residential sectors, we've got some updates for pool houses, residential sections in warehouses, and patio pavers. We have a new good quality code for steel frame strip malls, and we are currently in the midst of reviewing the costs for tiny homes, those little 200 square foot things on wheels, having a look at those. Interestingly, and just as an aside, you can go on Amazon today and you can go buy a modular home and it will get delivered to your site and you can push the walls up and you have a tiny home. It's fascinating. Moving on to some of the regulated side of things, I do want to spend a few minutes discussing the rail sector. We did a pretty comprehensive review with the rail sector about the various models. And what I want to draw your attention to here is 6 classifications of rail. There used to be 5. We are now proposing 6. And the new step is in between 4 and 6. We've added a new step 5. And the reason for this, if you're on the municipal side of things, if you had a rail that dropped below a certain net ton calculation, it was something like a 768% reduction in the assessment. Conversely, if you were that same company and you carried 1 extra ton of material, you went up 758%. And because of the nature of the way the model went, 5 and historic 4 drifted further and further apart. So adding the intermediate step tightens that up. We've asked for feedback I believe that's coming at the end of this week, so we'll wait to hear back from the rail industry about the proposal. I should note there, because it's up on the slide, there is a projected 4% decrease to the overall rail. However, and with that said, that is on 2023 base numbers. We'll be releasing this with the revaluation, so we anticipate that the change will be negligible on a revaluation. All right, there's been a fair amount of discussion on irrigated land throughout the province. And so it's a pretty wide issue. There's lots of facets to it. One of the things that we've discovered as we worked through was that we don't really have a good system for tracking irrigated land. And so there's lots of partial data available, but in terms of one qualifying, this is the North Star resource for all irrigated land, it doesn't exist. So what we're doing right now is gathering the information, looking at the sales, and we're going to start tracking it ourselves for irrigation. In terms of waste acres and wet range sites, there was a review done on those. The research didn't come back with any clear indications, particularly on the waste acre market value, nor on the wet range site. So no changes will be anticipated for 2029 in both of those areas. All right. I am behind my slide again. That's good, I caught up. Okay, so Sean mentioned at the outset some assessment basics. And I want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about why are we doing this? What is the purpose of all of this? The revaluation and inspections, why even bother if we're just going to set a mill rate and tell people what they're paying in taxes? So keeping in mind that revaluations help reset the data to current. In terms of a basic assessment calculation, this is what it looks like. And again, as mentioned, SAMA is step one. The assessment service providers really just step one of the process. We need the taxable percentages from the government as well as the education mill rate. We also need the local mill rate and the tax tools from the municipality. And ultimately, at the end of it is a ratepayer. There's a person who will ultimately be responsible for paying the property assessment taxes that come due. Now, there's a concept of revenue neutrality. And so the top portion of this is simply the first set of slides kind of in reverse. But the bottom talks about, well, if the assessment base increases and your local budget needs don't change, correspondingly, there should be a decrease to the mill rate. And so that is revenue neutrality within the assessment and taxation system for property taxes. But I would put forward, is that realistic? Is no change to a municipal budget a realistic proposition? So here's why we consider assessment to be important, why assessment matters. In this real world example, if we have two identical houses, we would anticipate that the taxes owed would be the same. And in fact, that's what happens. And, trust me, don't do the math, I'm no good at math, but the taxes owed by each person should be identical, the mill rate should be applied equally to both identical properties. But we know that over time, municipalities face the same pressures that we all do in terms of increased costs. So to say that my $2,000 budget year over year is going to remain the same isn't actually feasible. So noting now that there's an increase, the tax burden must now be shared amongst those two identical houses, and the mill rate must therefore increase. But why does up-to-date assessment matter? If we look at the example now, because Sam has done a revaluation and we've been out doing inspections via reinspection or maintenance, the second guy added a garage. And you know what? 2 blocks away, somebody added a brand new house. The municipal budget didn't change, but if we look at the taxes owed by each of those individuals, they are dramatically different. And arguably, from 2,000 to 3,000 is the additional revenue that we're talking about generating on inspection. This is why it's so important to make sure that we have revaluations, to make sure that we're out doing inspections. At its core, and we've heard it once already today, assessment is nothing more than an equitable method for the distribution of a tax load. However, if it's out of date, we can see that issues would arise. If that garage isn't picked up, and that new house isn't picked up, and a revaluation doesn't occur to bring those market values in line, then those two original properties share the entire burden of the assessment load. So that's a high level and my plug for why assessment is so important. So thank you for going through that with me. I want to talk about the trends that we're seeing in the lead up to the base date. Now, it's very early days, but as I mentioned, we monitor these on an ongoing basis. We'll have more information available at the end of 2026. What we're seeing right now are stagnant costs, but increasing sales trends. And so this slide is always of interest. So remember those two Marshall and Swift things I talked about at the very beginning? So that commercial Marshall and Swift valuator and the residential cost handbook? Well, they're essentially flat, at least in terms of the square foot rate. So what that's telling us is, if you had a house 4 years ago to build that same house without the factors applied, the locals, that base square foot rate hasn't really changed. Same for the commercial properties. When we switch and we look at the agricultural properties, it's a bit of a different story. And these are some sales trends that we've observed, and FCC, we've pulled the data from. We can see that not compounded, it's a 34.8% increase for the data that we have already. And so costs are flat. Some of the market is showing it going up. The consumer price index over the 4 years is showing a plus 8%. The next one is a massive driver to the economy, it's oil. And you'll note that there's two figures there. So when we prepared this slide in advance of the advisories, there was a minus 15.6% drop in the price of oil. Between that time and today, or yesterday, I guess, there has been a 23.4% increase over the 4 years. So if you're SAMA and you're looking at policy and you're trying to determine what a low qualifying production well is, that's a really important number and it keeps moving on us. So we need to monitor that and keep an eye on it as we get to the revaluation base date. If we look at the price of steel and the price of lumber, we were showing a decrease in there. But I would suggest as the price of oil increases, we would see that trend also start to reverse. The price of oil ultimately tends to trickle through many, many things. All right, I am coming near the end. We've talked a lot about innovation and quality today. Sean mentioned it at the outset. Following me will be Darcy and Kim and Evan to discuss some of the high-level things we're looking at. One of the things that's got me so excited about our conversation around innovation and quality and the 4 pillars that Sean mentioned is that, I don't want to say for the first time, but instead of each individual unit or manager or department looking at innovating, it's a holistic approach. As an agency, how does this innovation all fit together? From HR and finance, IS, technical standards, ASD, how are we all fitting this together as an agency to drive our goals forward? One of the things we just did was a coordinator review, how the coordinator fits into the revaluation. We've instituted property checks on high-value properties, both in the commercial and residential side. We had a serious look at the way we were auditing. And so generally, when you audit a property and you bring it forward, it's like, okay, are you finished? Let me look at your property. There's errors, take it back. Well, I submit that that's really not an effective way to do an audit. If you want to audit, you should do it all along the process. Step 1, step 2, step 3, take a look at it. Have we got it right? Let's pass it before it moves on to the next step. Well, we've still got time to effect a change. As I mentioned, we're going to talk about GIS, and I'm sure Darcy will talk a little bit about AI research. So with that, the revaluation preparations are on track. We are getting the system ready for the next base year and the next revaluation, and we are committed to quality and innovation. And I will leave you with one final thought. We've heard a couple of times today about the assessment system is complex, and that is very true. It's like it's a labyrinth, and if you get through the labyrinth to the end of it, there's this piece of cheese, which is your valuation. Well, in my view, policy, what we do in technical standards and policy, is a map. It's how to get through the maze. And when we've done that effectively, there shouldn't be any mystery left over. With that said, if we were perfect, we wouldn't have jobs. So if you have questions, please reach out to us. We are happy to discuss assessment with anybody who will listen. And with that, I will finish 3 minutes early so we can get on with our day.
Thank you, Andrew. Were there any questions for Andrew? Anyone? Yeah, do you want to take a mic over there or go to the mic? Just state your name and who you represent first, Andrew.
Leonard Junip with the Arm of Anscoy. They came to talk about a funny thing. They came and sat down at our table and had dinner with us. Assessments on irrigated farmland. I know that seems to be a fairly touchy subject, but it needs to be, there needs to be something done with it, because we take the lowest assessed land in the whole RM, they irrigate it, and now all of a sudden it's becoming some of the highest production land, and we have to service that land to remove the crop production off of it, but we cannot collect any taxes on it, basically.
Yeah, and that's a really good example of what I'm talking about when we have to look at all sides of it. And so in terms of that step 1 stuff, the legislation, do we have the legislation in place for us to generate a policy that would go directly to the core of the issue on irrigated land? And so the second part of that is the policy side of things. Some considerations. Is the value of the land increased, or has it been increased as a result of equipment? If the equipment is valuable and drives the valuation of the land, we're not allowed to assess it. And so we have a multitude of issues around irrigation. And so yes, we have heard very loud and clear that irrigation is something we need to look at. So we are definitely looking at it, tracking it, trying to understand the fulsome issue that's in front of us.
Because like that thing, where we are, the land that is there, it has increased probably 10 times or more without even talking about the irrigation equipment sitting on it.
Yeah, and
so like, to me, that, like, isn't that what it's supposed to be based on, is what the land is worth?
The current system in terms of the sales is not designed to account for that type of specific instance. So to the heart of your question again, or your statement, we're looking at the sales of irrigated land, we're collecting the information, and as I said, we will be making some informed decisions about how we want to carry it forward. At its core, we're doing productivity-based assessment, and so is there room and flexibility within that? I don't know. As I said, it's a very large issue that we're certainly looking into right now.
Hi. This is on or not? Hello, testing. Yeah,
Yep,
it's on.
you're good.
Okay, I just needed to get closer to the mic. Thank you very much for your presentation. Super informative. Appreciated it. I did also have a question related to the irrigated land that you mentioned, because also sort of within the arable land sector, you have changes related to drainage or tree removals and other things that increase the productive area. And I've just wondered how you address those sorts of changes.
Yeah, okay. So I will do my best, and I'm not an agrologist. But in terms of the drainage and things like that, so we are looking at tile drainage and ways to identify the large-scale stuff. Our agrologists, highly dedicated folks that like to go out, and one of the primary things they do is acre checks to see what's been put into production, what's been moved out of production or into pasture land, or is it marginal, is it on the fence, and make a determination that way. And so in terms of the first part about it, about draining land and arable acres, yes, those are part of the ongoing maintenance process, as I understand it. The municipality can put that forward, and then the appraiser will go out and take a look. In terms of the large-scale drainage, that tile drainage, things of that nature, we're doing some work in there as well.
So are you saying that it's up to the RM to request the assessments, or what is the role of SAMA?
Okay, so two broad answers to that question. The first is, in a re-inspection program, we will look at every property. So when we talk about those re-inspection numbers, we'll go to a municipality, we will hit every single property out there and gather those changes. In between re-inspection cycles, if the administrator is aware of a change, they can let us know, and we will go out specifically to that property, have a look, and make the change, so that we're not waiting a number of years for a re-inspection.
Okay, no one else? No one on Slido on the app online? Nope. Okay. I'll now call on Darcy Boyer. He's our Managing Director of Information Services, and he'll give us a technology update. Darcy?
Thanks, John. My name is Darcy Boyer. I'm the Managing Director of Information Systems and Digital Strategy. I've been at SAMA for about 6.5 years now. Started out as Director of Information Systems, and over the last few months, the role has expanded to look at the digital strategy side, which is really talking about how we can leverage technology to do what we do, and a real focus on innovation. So the agenda, I'm going to go through a little bit of a timeline here. If you have a destination in mind, you really have to know where you are if you wanted to find the right path forward. So we'll talk a little bit about where we are. To know where you are, you have to look at the past, because it's the things that you did in the past that got you where you are today. So both of those are important, so we'll touch on that. We'll talk a little bit about our continuous improvement journey, where we've been for the last number of years, how that ties into innovation. And we'll wrap things up with a couple of phenomenal people from our GIS working group showing what they can do, what they've been working on at GIS. So Kim Hardy and Evan Brandt will come up and just show us a few things. So the timeline. Back in 1996, SAMA purchased an HP 3000 system, state-of-the-art, back in the day, kind of a mid-range system that was housed on our environment. Through the years, we kind of continued to update our CAMA systems, and in 2005, I think it was, we moved over into Govern. Later on, we moved into what we are calling the Govern Open Forum system, is what we're using today. And right now, we're in the process of upgrading to the latest version, which gets us to 64-bit processing and opens up a whole bunch of opportunities from a functionality perspective. On the bottom there, it talks a little bit about what we've been doing with GIS. We started our work with GIS back in 2005, I think it was. kind of some R&D work, just seeing what it could do for us. Over the years, we've been spending more time with it. With the governance system, they brought in some GIS view that we implemented a little bit later. They have Maddox, which also provides a view into the GIS side. We brought in a product called QGIS, which is kind of a workstation-based system, which allows us to do mapping on the workstation. And a couple of years ago, we moved ahead with ArcGIS, which is an enterprise version, which has really opened up a whole bunch of opportunity in how we look at things, how we present data. We can do some analytics, we can do dashboarding, and it's really changed the way we're using GIS information to present data, both to ourselves as we do our analysis and to stakeholders. The next part is really what we've done from a client perspective. So that's the introduction of MySAMA, which is a portal to our information. With that, we've been able to do submissions. We've been able to do a whole bunch of different things with that. We've been able to present data through SAMA View as that as well. We also see that as a way of generating some revenue by having subscriptions for commercial users. And just at the bottom here, we just kind of show the impact technology has made over the years. And Sean might have mentioned this a little bit earlier this morning, but back in 2005, we had roughly 800,000 parcels of data that we would have to work through. It would take us roughly 6 days to perform a system-wide recalculation. So we had to do a recalc. We kind of stopped work for the 6 days as everything was recalced before we could use the numbers. With the last update that we did last year, that number is the number of parcels has gone up. It's 865,000 now. So we can do a recalc in 6 hours. So if we needed to, we could do a recalc every night. And this last picture just kind of shows some of the technology over the years. So the first picture on the left there is an HP 3000 dumb terminal. We moved to Windows in 2005. The little item in the middle, that's our remote desktop. So that's what we've provided our field staff so they can do data entry out in the field. That was a game changer. The last one is my current Windows desktop. I got 3 screens on there and a laptop. Lets me get a whole bunch of different things done. And then just over the years, kind of the transformation from kind of a data center, we had the HP 3000 in our building. In 2017, I think it was, we moved over to ISM, so we brought our servers all into the ISM data center. And more recently, we kind of moved to the Saskatoon data center with ISM Kyndryl. And just last year, we put in our disaster recovery site that's out of White City. So fully redundant, fully recoverable site. And just that last overlay just shows the journey from continuous improvement to innovation, and I'll talk a bit more about that right now. So with continuous improvement started in 2007 when we started to adopt the lean approach to business process improvement. Back then, it was more of a divisional approach. Each division would kind of look at what they could do better. It focused on processes and making changes to processes to find efficiencies. As Sean mentioned, 2 years ago now, we got the Excellence Canada Gold Award, which really recognizes the work that we've done, not just with continuous improvement, but the aspects around that. One of the things that came out of that was this idea that continuous improvement needs to be more than just a divisional approach and should be an agency approach. So we created a manager of continuous improvement reporting to the CEO at the time, has now moved into my area as well, but really with the focus of looking at continuous improvement across the agency and getting the different departments to work together to move things ahead. Going backwards here. So some of the outcomes that we've had with continuous improvement, going back to 2007, 2009, they did some work on the reinspection and maintenance processes. The outcome of that, on an annual basis, total property reviews increased by 17%. And that was a time that inventory also increased by 8.5%. That was fortunate because In 2010, we were hit with a mandatory 13% staff reduction. So we were able to weather that change through the outcomes that we had with continuous improvement. Another example is the introduction of MySAMA. Prior to that, submissions and maintenance lists were done on paper. By going to electronic submission, we were able to save anywhere from 140 to 190 days of data entry time. MySAMA sales submissions, it eliminated 30 days of paper handling. So again, finding some efficiency through reworking our business process. A more recent one, last year we did some work on oil and gas standardization. This was an application rewrite done by the IS group. Typically you would run the data, run the work, and then you'd submit it to the computer to do the runtime. The runtime went from 12 hours to 1.5 hours. And the total effort to do an oil and gas standardization came from 26 days down to 9. So again, more efficiency improvement through continuous improvement initiatives. The last aspect here is really the work that we're doing on revaluation. The manager of continuous improvement, their first task was to look at the revaluation process and see what we can do to make it better, to find efficiencies, to maybe address some of the challenges that we've been facing. So a 4-year initiative, and really so far, focused on the things that we need to do in the first couple of years, but it's been working really well. So innovation. What innovation really is continuous improvement on steroids. Is taking the things that we do on continuous improvement, enhancing it, and finding ways to find radical change in how we do things. We look at it as being multi-divisional. So, it's bringing the teams together to understand where we might have some problems, where we might have some opportunity, and coming together to find the answer, to make it better. We focus on capability, whereas continuous improvement really focused on process. We're looking at this as capability, which we define as a combination of process, people, technology, and knowledge. And really, you can take a look at any one of those, knowing that they impact each other. How do we change these things to make everything work better, to improve what we do? When we look at innovation, we see this as one of the key ways of addressing some of the funding challenges that we've talked about earlier. Through innovation, we believe we can find efficiency and find better ways of doing things. So how are we doing this? Going backwards again. So we've established an innovation steering committee. The innovation steering committee, the mandate is to drive operational change and assessment quality through the strategic application of technology and process innovation. The steering committee consists of the CEO, Sean, as the sponsor. I'm acting as the chair, and we also have the managing director of AS&D, Kevin, and the managing director of TSMP, Andrew, sitting on the team. The strategic objectives is really to find operational efficiency. When I think of operational efficiency, I think of 3 things. Doing more, having more output for the same effort or for the same resources, having the same output for less resources, or really the panacea where the ideal is to be able to do more for less. And really we're looking at all 3 areas. We also look at technical quality, understanding that the longer it takes to address a problem in your value chain, the more expensive it becomes. We want to see where we can address quality early on, fix that before it becomes a bigger problem that becomes more expensive to fix down the road. And the last one is revenue generation. To address some of the funding challenges that we do have, we do have the ability to generate some revenue off the data and some of the services that we have in place. The MySAMA, the commercial subscriptions brings in some additional revenue for us that helps with some of the challenges. We also sell some of our data to businesses. We have requirements that we go through to make sure that there isn't any privacy issues that we have to deal with and things like that. The last one that we're kind of excited about is really CAMA as a service. We've been running CAMA for a long time. We've become quite good at it. And we believe we reached a point where, we could offer this as a service to the cities if they were willing to go that route. And, while we won't do the assessments. We can certainly provide the technology that runs the assessments. So we have had some discussions with them about that, and then looking forward to more discussion. This is kind of hard to see, but this is kind of the innovation pipeline. So when we talk about innovation, it really talks about how we want to see things come through and making sure that we're allocating to the right things at the right time. So it all becomes with an innovation opportunity. An idea comes in, we explore that, we determine what the business value is to do that, we determine what the cost is to do that, and if there's a business case to be had, we will put that into the list to do. We will look for low-hanging fruit. If the biggest value for the least cost is where we want to focus on. But some of these projects will be big, and we will have to focus on them. We have asked for funding to do this, and this just helps us speed things along. And without that, we'll still find ways to get it done. The last piece of this is really realizing the benefit. There's a lot of project management disciplines that, you start a project, you end the project's done, complete, successful. We don't think any of this is successful until we've realized the benefits that we've said we would realize. So if we're talking about staff savings, the project isn't done until we've realized those staff savings. And it could mean reallocation of staff to different initiatives. Our focus on innovation, we're really focusing on two areas, GIS and AI. I'm going to skip GIS for a second and go to some of the AI stuff. Really, this is more focused on R&D, but some of the things that we're looking at down the road is on the assessment gathering side, being out in the field. We're looking at using voice-enabled technology to do kind of a hands-free entry into the systems onto our handhelds. There can be a lot of typing on this when you're out in the field. When it gets cold, it gets more difficult. At times, you'll bring it back to the office. But if you could do voice entry, it'll streamline things significantly. We see that, we have an opportunity to improve quality. One thing AI does well is look at large volumes of data and point out exceptions. So, we believe that with AI, we can find a better way to improve quality, make it more efficient to find quality, and continue with that. Machine learning. We've been doing some stuff with GIS that utilizes machine learning and remote sensing, looking at satellite data and providing meaning around that. Something we started to talk about is model analysis. A lot of what we do is running models, building models, defining models. We believe AI can help us with that. And the last one is really focused on automation. And one that's kind of in the near future is looking at the testing side of things. When we deploy new applications, there's a lot of regression testing that we need to do, and it consumes resources to do that. If we can automate that with AI, we can release these resources back to the business, again, finding efficiency, letting them get back to doing assessments. Okay, and just AI, what I have here, AI isn't always as we would like it to be. AI doesn't always get it right. And a bit of a personal story here. In my spare time, unlike Andrew, I don't watch birds. I like to design and build guitars. So last year I had an idea about a guitar that I might be able to build, and it was kind of an acoustic guitar with chambers and things like that. And I put it into ChatGPT and described what I wanted it to do, and this is what I came up with. And if anybody knows anything about guitars, this is not a guitar. The takeaway from this is AI can be quite powerful, but it needs to be guided, right? It has been known to create information to support its response, hallucinating. There was an incident last year, I believe it was, where an appeal was made in BC where they used AI to support the appeal, and the AI engine created some cases that didn't exist. So the appeal was thrown out. You can't replace the experts, right? So, with this engine here, I spent a bit of time trying to make it work. It never did work, and it's because I had a little bit of knowledge about what it takes to build a guitar. But you can't replace the experts. But it can certainly assist the experts in finding efficiency and finding quality improvements, right? So it's the guiding aspect. When it comes back with something, if you have some knowledge of it, you can see that it's wrong and you can guide it to something better. And the last thing is the right engine for the right purpose. So after I did this little exercise, I did another experiment with 3 AI engines: ChatGPT, Gemini, which is Google's, and another one called Claude. I asked it 3 questions that a fairly experienced luthier, guitar builder would know, and looked at its responses. So ChatGPT got all 3 wrong. Gemini GI got 1 wrong and talked around the other 2. It never gave an answer, and I could never get an answer from it. Claude AI came back and said, I don't have enough information, and I can't find enough information to give you a valid response. So which one was the better one there? I would say Claude. So, it's really a matter of finding the right engine for the right purpose. As we look at using AI to help us develop models, we have to find the right AI engine to do that. If we're looking at GIS analysis, we need to find the right AI engine to do that. So it's going to take some time, it'll take some research, it'll take some experimentation. But, I think the tools are out there, and we have the right people. We have smart people that know their stuff and can help us find the right thing that will get us the efficiency that we're looking for. On the GIS side, we established a GIS working group and a GIS executive committee, I think that was 2 or 3 years ago. And really the mandate is to take the investment that we have in GIS and leverage it to improve the assessment efficiency and quality. We have representation from 3 areas: ASD, TSP, and IS. And at this time, we have 2 full-time GIS specialists. Evan is one of them. Some examples of what GIS has provided us, SamaView, which is available on my SAMA portal. Doing a GIS search, it used to take about 18 seconds to complete a search. So after some optimization, the search time is really less than a second. I think it's 0.04 seconds, I think is what Evan's telling me. So that's really remarkable. Updates, we would do GIS updates. Prior to some optimization, we can do 20 jurisdiction updates in a night. Now we can do 100, so we can get through all our jurisdictions within a week. We did some railway buffer data collection, projecting to save anywhere from 36 to 165 hours a year. We have a floodplain analysis tool that is really focused on providing better quality on what's happening on flooding. And then we have a residential dashboard that we are looking at rolling out, and again, once fully deployed, potential savings of 180 days a year. GIS in progress, the fork that they're focusing on right now is to really assist in the revaluation work that we do as part of the continuous improvement exercise. They got 3 initiatives on the go right now: sales analysis, their MRA locational variable detection, and internal value trend analysis. These are all technical, so I'm not going to get into that. But, I think the GIS is working well. This working group has been working exceptionally well, and we are seeing value from that. So that's all I have, and I'd like to turn this over to Evan and Kim, and they will show us some of the things that they are doing with GIS.
Hey everybody, I'm Evan Brandt and this is Kim Hardy. We are both members of the GIS Working Group. It's a cross-division initiative that's essentially designed to help SAMA take the technology of GIS and find ways for it to return value to SAMA and its stakeholders. It's been a very effective little group, and we've come up with some clever little solutions to help, but I think we're only scratching the surface on a lot of this stuff. So we'll do this one just for everybody to be on the same page. This is the textbook definition of GIS, but I don't really like it. I think it's a bit overcomplicated. GIS is a lot more about being able to access spatial data. Spatial data is essentially the concept of tying information to a place. It can help a lot of people solve problems every single day. It's just kind of tough for people to explain the type of problems that they want it to solve. I got a great example right here, SamaView. Everybody knows that one. But all we're really doing is tying a little bit of property information to a place on a map. And, you know, sometimes it's really easy to just think, hey, that's information on a map. It doesn't really matter. But it ends up being really important to be able to compare that information across to your neighbors, to look for spatial patterns. That's the reason why GIS is such an effective tool. This information is effectively the same information that would exist on a spreadsheet, but because we're able to look at it and analyze it for spatial patterns, it unlocks a whole new additional capability that it's often very, very quietly recognized. It's not always just a map and information. There's some pretty advanced applications. GIS at its core helps us reckon with the fact that Saskatchewan's big. It's huge. It's bigger than France. It's bigger than Spain. It makes it so people essentially have the ability of accessing locational information without actually visiting the location. We can expedite some of that work, but it can look a lot of different ways. We can have imagery viewers for staff. We can have dashboards, which Darcy's talking about, that allow us to perform real-time analytics right there at your desktop. We have analyses that will extract features from the Earth using satellites. We're talking about irrigation. We got some center pivot property detection that we've been playing with, but it's cool stuff. 3D models by using LiDAR point clouds to build essentially duplicates of houses that are sometimes down to the centimeter level of accuracy. It's limitless technology. It's absolutely amazing. But Kim is going to actually cover some of the reval items that we've been working on.
So Darcy actually highlighted our main focuses for the upcoming revaluation. But to get to these 3 areas of focus, we started thinking about this last year on our GIS working group did on what kind of tools can we develop to help support revaluation analysis with a focus on data quality and consistency. So we met with staff from Assessment Services Division that does the market analysis to understand their processes and gather insight on where GIS could be of most use and add value to their work. So we're looking at ways to enhance their processes and support data quality. And so from these meetings, we decided on a sales data application, locational variable detection, and a value trend application. All of these initiatives are in the development stage, so what we're presenting today are just snippets of what it will look like as we continue to develop the tools. So the first one on the list was a sales data application. So why did we think this was important? Sales information is the main building block used to determine the market value for property assessment purposes. The accuracy and reliability of our models depends on the quality and quantity of sales going into the analysis. And so GIS provides a spatial component to view this data. Some components of the application will be as straightforward as mapping our sales. So on the left-hand side of the screen there, we have sales parcels mapped for a neighborhood. I think this is Martinsville, where we have whether it has a curb or no curb. And so you can see most of the parcels are blue on that map saying, yes, there's a curb, and there's 3 pink parcels saying no curb. So along the same street, you would expect some consistency in that data. And so GIS provides a tool where you can visually see that very quickly, as opposed to looking at an Excel file where you're filtering through lists. This is just a more efficient way of looking at this data and catching data inconsistencies. The same thing can be done for residential building qualities. Within a neighborhood, you expect a consistent range of qualities. Typically, houses are built around the same time, same quality of materials. And so on the map on the right, you see a lot of red and orange and beiges, but there's one blue parcel near the bottom of the map that kind of sticks out, saying, hey, maybe this one should be reviewed. So having this visual representation just makes it easier to catch those inconsistencies and build quality sales data going into your analysis. The next area of focus was locational variable detection. Locational variables can impact the value of properties. Things like whether your property is close to a park or school, or maybe adjacent to a highway, can impact the value. But to analyze the impacts of value, we first have to collect that information. And so our current process is appraisers will collect this information manually using a set of guidelines and definitions. But this is something that actually lends itself really well to GIS. We're looking at a property and, say, a park, and GIS can calculate the relationship to that very quickly and give us an output that's useful. So this slide has a list of locational variables of interest to us, things like whether it abuts an apartment or green space, railway, if it's a corner lot or in a cul-de-sac. Those are all locational variables. And so I mentioned appraisers currently collect this information manually. Part of the process is taking those definitions that they use to apply it and converting it to rules for GIS. And that's where Evan's going to come in and explain in a bit more detail how we're doing this.
Yeah, so essentially, as Kim said, those definitions that appraisers are using to essentially catalog these features already, that's one of the most important aspects of how we convert something like this to GIS. But after we essentially take that information and store it inside, well, right here we got it's a model, but we do it in Python code. That gives us the ability to analyze all sorts of different spatial data, in this case property data, for the characteristics that are required for something to be classified as a cul-de-sac. And the beauty of this is, as we play with this model, which we can change it as much as we like, figure out exactly what provides the best output, we can run it over and over again and determine exactly where every cul-de-sac in the province exists. So you can see why that essentially can save us a lot of time, and instead of going to a site to verify that a cul-de-sac is there, we can potentially detect them. But as I said, it all comes down to those definitions. Once we're happy with the results, we could really see some gigantic time savings, but as we said, we're still testing this. This needs to be at an acceptable level of quality. I don't think anybody wants to roll this out, faster than it should be rolled out. But I think the most important part of this technology is fairness. Every single property will be analyzed under the exact same lens, every single one. So there's nothing subjective about that. It's full equality. Just another thing to quickly chime on. AI has been making waves in GIS the exact same way it's been making waves everywhere else. There is a slight difference in the way the GIS industry is kind of weathering this change. Everything is more focused on the ability to validate the result. To use the guitar, it's not about creating an image of the guitar, it's about being able to look at that specific aspect of the guitar and say exactly why it made it that way, why it put that line there, why it classified that. So we actually have the ability to go into the model, tailor aspects of it, and have it perform the job that we want it to, instead of creating wacky guitars. Oh, this one's for Kim.
And so the last area of focus for the revaluation in GIS was value trend applications, and this is for internal use. As part of the last revaluation, SAMA implemented value trend maps. So they were PDFs created for every municipality across the province showing the change in value as a result of the revaluation. This helps appraisers and municipalities see the value trends at a glance. And we had positive feedback from staff and municipalities on this. And so this value trend application builds off of that concept and is going to be an interactive tool that our staff can use to further drill down into assessment shifts. And they can use this tool during analysis to get that instant feedback Andrew was talking about, and then as a final audit too. So we're building in some auditing tools that can be used throughout the process. The application might look something like this. Like I said, everything's in development right now, but there will be a map as the center focus of it, displaying the value trends. So it'll take the new value and compare it to the old value, giving you a ratio. And so you can easily spot outliers on the map. It can be combined with some simple statistical analysis like the average ratios, max and min ratios, and then charts can be built into it too. Like at the bottom here, you can map, say, ratio by neighborhood within a municipality, or like ratio by residential quality. So you can look for trends in different ways within the municipality. And then you can apply filters. For example, if you only want to see your single family dwellings, you can filter the map and statistics down to show that. So it's a more dynamic tool that our staff can use to get real-time feedback on revaluation impacts. And so that actually ends our presentation, but we're happy to take any questions.
Okay, no questions for Darcy or Evan or Kim? No? Okay, thank you. I think at this time the board of directors have to come up here and we're going to do a question and answer. I should also remind you, I believe there's evaluation forms. Are they in the package or on the tables? Oh, they're going to get sent out after the meeting virtually? Okay. And we used to have question things. Are they on the table? If you do have a question you want answered, write it out there and just leave it there. Our staff will pick it up and they'll get back to you after. So we'll call on our directors to come up here. Yep. Are you moving this podium to the side or? No, it's good. Okay. So Dawn Kilmer had to leave. She has a council meeting in Prince Albert, and Jim Angus had a family friend's funeral. He stayed till noon, and then he had to go to Harris to attend the funeral. So he's not here right now. Any questions for any of us? We can share a mic here. Yeah. Anyone? Well, if not, I'll start off with Rod behind me and here, maybe just make a comment or two, Rod.
Well, I'm very impressed with the quality of the presentations today. I thought that it's probably one of the best annual meetings I've been to. I've been to a lot, but this one was very good, and I'd like to thank everybody that did make a presentation. I think it was very informative, and I think that we're making progress. I mean, it's a bit of a journey, but we're slowly getting there, and I think that we are in a place right now where we can somewhat future-proof where we're going, and hopefully we can keep the service level going to the client municipalities and do it at a cost that's not prohibitive. And I think it's always about money at the end of the day. And, you know, what's the question I always ask at the when I was working for a municipality, it's like, who pays what, right? So you always need to know that you're getting a service that's quality for a price that's reasonable.
Hello. Well, I echo Rod's comments about the presentations today. They were excellent. Sometimes I wait when they ask for questions and I think, yeah, I'm not smart enough to answer that. Ask the question, it'll know the answer. So I really appreciated the presentations. Also appreciate the number of people that came out to our convention. I know it's a long ways to travel for some people, but it's important that we see you here. We want to be able to communicate. I hope you've been able to address your questions to people who could really give you the answers. Really appreciate that. So just once again, thanks for being here and travel safely, because I think we got a storm coming in.
I guess there's just one thing that I think that's really important going forward for SAMA and for all of us in the municipalities and in the ministry, and that's let's not lose sight of proper funding for SAMA. This year already, we can see the results when we were a little bit not sure if we're going to get the funding that we need. And we start pulling back on the services, and we drop down to 73,000 inspections from our 100 or 110. And you know, if we continue to keep doing that, we're going to be right back to where we were before 2018 when we started this project of 100,000 inspections in a year. So I don't think we want to go there. And the other results that come of that is the inability to recruit and retain good people. And also falling behind in technology. We just can't afford to let all that happen. So I think we all have to realize the fact how important funding is. I know we hear all the time, and don't get me wrong, I know budgeting is tough for every one of your municipalities and for the province. It's not an easy process. You know, but some people say, well, you know, SAMA is not as important as health or education provincially, but I kind of disagree with that. If you look at the one slide that I showed earlier, where we've brought in $210 million year after year, and if you break that down, the portion going to the province is about, say, around $100 million a year. That can go a long ways to help education and health too. So it is important that we keep funded and keep that new money coming into the province and into your municipalities every year. So let's not lose sight of the funding for SAMA. I think it's extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you, Myron. I was thinking here when I have a granddaughter, she's 16 now, but when she was in grade 4, they had an assignment to write a letter. So she wrote a letter to myself and our MLA, Doug Steele, and asked us to come and speak to the grade 4s about government. So we went. She asked for Scott Moe too, but he couldn't come. Anyways, we went there. So I told him a story. I said, you know, Abraham Lincoln said, if we call a dog's tail a leg, how many legs does the dog have? And someone said 5. He said, no, just because we call it a tail doesn't make, or call a tail a leg doesn't make it a leg. So I said, question things. If something doesn't make sense to you just because somebody tells you that, ask questions. Don't be afraid to do that. Same here with SAMA. Don't be afraid to ask questions of us, you know. Now that backfired a bit because the next time we were in the United Church at a funeral, my grade 4 granddaughter's got her hand up questioning the minister. But anyways, the parents got the hand down. But there's lots of things in assessment that you know, we'll try to explain what's going on in that. And there's different concepts. You guys talked about irrigation today. As far as I'm concerned, I think we might have to do another subclass in irrigation. We have 2 classes in agriculture, arable, non-arable. I think we might have to go to another subclass of irrigated land that has its own percentage of values and things like that. That's just maybe one option. Then we can define it closer to that irrigated land. But so, you know, those are just things we're working on, and we'll work through it. And they're doing it the right way. They'll get the statistics and the data on it first and then go from there. So anyone got any kind of questions at all? No? Well, thank you, and we'll let our board of directors go here then, and we're the next thing up is the resolutions. I believe we don't have any, do we? So we can move on then from that. I will comment, well, that same granddaughter, we had minor sports in Maple Creek, and my grandson's 12, plays hockey, and they asked me to MC it. So I wrapped it up at the end, and just to make it a little more humorous, I said, you know, I come in from the shop the other day to the house, walked through the door, and my wife come up and give me a great big hug, and that's not normal. And I said, so what's up? And she said, well, I just read an article. It says you have to embrace the mistakes you've made in your past. I leave, and my granddaughter, the 16-year-old, comes up and said, she really didn't do that, did she? Said, no, Shauna, it's a joke, you know. 12-year-old said, so Grandma said that, eh? And I said, no, it's a joke. So I'm never going to tell a story about an elderly couple that were sitting on the veranda one night, and the wife looked over at the husband and punched him in the shoulder, and he said, what was that for? She said, for being so terrible in bed all these years. And he looks at her, slaps her shoulder. She said, what's that for? He said, knowing the difference. So with that, I'm going to let Myron come up here and wrap the day up and adjourn things for you.
Well, thank you, John, and thank you for taking this job on of being MC. John does a great job of that every year. I think that's worth a round of applause for that. As you heard a little earlier, this is going to be my final AGM meeting with you all, and I just want to say, well, first of all, I can't believe it's been 18 years. I don't know where that time goes, but it's gone, and I just want to say, you know, over that 18 years, I've met so many people and worked with so many good people in the municipalities, in the government, but especially with the board members that I've worked with, and the executive, and all of the staff in SAMA. I just can't believe how many good people I've met over the years, and I guess that's the reason why we end up getting the good results that we get, is because we've got so many people in this organization that give their heart to get things done, and I really appreciate it, and it's been a real privilege working with all of you all these years, so thank you very much for that. So with that, I guess we're pretty well at the end of our meeting agenda today, so I just want to say thank you all for coming, and also those of you who have joined us online, thank you for being here. It's extremely important that we at least once a year get the message of what we're doing, what we're trying to do, what direction we're going, get it out to you so you kind of know what we're planning at SAMA, and also gives you the opportunity to express any concerns or any questions that you have. So we really appreciate you all coming here for that. I'd like to thank SUMA, SARM, the SAMA board, the representatives that sit on our advisory meetings, independent jurisdictions, all of you that are here from different municipalities, and all the delegates attending the meeting today. Thank you all very much for being here. I also want to thank our two spearheaders over here, Peter and Corinne. They look after getting this all set up, and they make sure the wheels don't fall off in the middle of everything. So thank you both very much for an excellent job again this year. So with that, if there is a questionnaire form in there, if there was a question that you didn't get a chance to ask today and you want to just fill it out, we'll pick it up and get back to you. And also there is going to be online an evaluation form that comes online, I believe. And if you could just take a few minutes and fill that out, because a lot of that, the information that comes from that online survey tells us, you know, what we should or shouldn't do next year for the AGM. So it's very much appreciated. Thank you all for coming. Safe drives home. Hopefully everybody gets home before the snow and rain starts. I don't even want to think about that, but thank you again for all coming, and we'll see you next year. Bye.